네, 안녕하십니까. 2024
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Lee Young-ah from the Ministry of Unification, who will be the MC of the 2024 Global Korea Forum. It's my honor to participate as an MC of today's meaningful event. Today's forum marks a new beginning starting from this year with a new name, and I would like to extend my gratitude to the distinguished guests for paying your interest to this meaningful event. The Global Korea Forum is an extended and development version of the Korean Peninsula Global Forum, which has been an annual convention event since 2010, reflecting the purpose of the August 15 Unification Doctrine. The August 15th Unification Doctrine clearly sets the goal of unified Korea Peninsula for freedom, peace, and prosperity based on Korea's constitution, and it clearly stated the direction of our unification, which every members of the Korean Peninsula will enjoy freedom. The unification pursued by Korea is expanding the universal value of the humanity based on freedom and human rights, and this is the task that all the international community should take part in. To that end, the Ministry of Unification decided to hold a forum that gathers the wisdom and dialogue of the international society and wishes to expand the platform to show our commitments and ambitions for the unification on Korean Peninsula. The theme of today's forum is Unified Korean Peninsula for Freedom, Peace, and Prosperity. Today on today's forum, we have the 8th Secretary General of the United Nations, Ban Ki-moon, as well as Kim Young-ho, the Minister of the Unification, as well as the former Vice Minister of Unification, Hyun In-taeng, as well as Senior Vice President for Administration, Yonsei University, Kim Yong-ho. Starting from today, now we're going to begin the Global Korea Forum 2024, hosted by the Ministry of Unification and organized by the Political Research Institute and Institute of East and West Studies of Yonsei Universities. First of all, we'll listen to the welcoming remark of the Senior Vice President Kim Yong-ho of Administration and Development from Yonsei Universities. Please welcome him with a big round of applause. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the 2024 Global Korea Forum. I am Kim Yong-ho, Senior Vice President for Administration and Development at Yonsei University. Today's event is hosted by the Ministry of Unification of the Republic of Korea and co-organized by the Institute of East and West Studies and the Political Research Institute at Yonsei University. With the theme, A Unified Korean Peninsula for Freedom, Peace, and Prosperity, I hope today's forum serves as a platform for constructive discussions and cooperation on how South Korea can respond more effectively and proactively to issues concerning the Korean Peninsula in the rapidly changing international environment. To this end, today's forum will address a variety of topics, including first, the international community's consensus on a liberal international order and the unification of the Korean Peninsula. Second, understanding the realities of North Korea as a preparation for unification. And three, the significance of new unification discourse and building national consensus. The Korean Peninsula issue must be addressed and recognized on an international scale. We are honored to have distinguished scholars from various countries, including the US, the UK, Japan, Taiwan, and the Netherlands, who have joined us as panelists to discuss these matters. I would like to express my gratitude to the moderators and panelists who are here today. I also wish to extend my sincere thanks to the officials from the Ministry of Unification and the Secretariat of the Global Korea Forum for their hard work in preparing for today's forum. Once again, welcome to the 2024 Global Korea Forum. I also encourage you to take an interest in the upcoming 2024 Global Korea Forum in Washington, D.C. this November. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Vice President, for your warm remarks. Next, I would like to invite Mr. Hyun In-taek, the former Minister of the Ministry of Unification, for his congratulatory remarks. Please welcome him with a big hand. Good morning, everyone. I am Hyun In-taek. First of all, I would like to congratulate the opening of the Global Korea Forum 2024. The Global Korea Forum, personally, is a very meaningful international conference for me. It was first held when I was serving as the Minister of Unification, and it has continued its tradition to this day, and that is truly meaningful, and I'm also grateful for that. So, in that regard, I would like to express my deepest gratitude to the Unification Minister, Mr. Kim Young-ho, for holding this year's Global Korea Forum, and to all the members of the Ministry of Unification for their unsparing efforts. I would also like to thank Dr. Yong-ho Kim, the Vice President of Yonsei University's Administration Affairs Division, for his opening remarks. And also, I would like to especially thank Mr. Ban Ki-moon, the former Secretary General of the United Nations, for his keynote speech. I believe that Mr. Ban Ki-moon will have something to say about the direction of Korea moving forward through his keynote speech today. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, unification is an earthly and heavenly value that we must never forget. Since the Korean people have lived as a unified nation state for thousands of years, although there have been moments when the country has been divided, but it also has been our history to overcome all those challenges and achieve a unified nation. As you all know, the Korean peninsula has been divided into North and South since the liberation from Japanese rule in 1945. But for us, the reunification of the Korean peninsula is not a necessary value that can be done or undone. Reunification is our destiny, it is our fate. However, the Kim Jong-un regime in North Korea has completely rejected the value of unifying the Korean peninsula. It now declares South Korea as its primary enemy and rejects reunification outright. So, what does this mean? It means perpetuating the division of North and South Korea, perpetuating the Kim family's rule on the northern land of the Korean peninsula, also perpetuating a regime that keeps the people of North Korea trapped in a world of darkness and oppression where there is no light of freedom. In contrast, President Yoon Suk-yeol government has declared the value of unification through its August 15 congratulatory remarks and has also specified the principles and measures to implement it. I believe that this contrast is the most important part of the August 15 congratulatory remarks. The highest value of our foreign policy is unification. There is a difference between a government that proudly holds the value of unification and one that does not, because it is a value that we must not give up, even if it cannot be realized in the immediate future. So, what kind of a unification are we talking about? In this regard, I believe that the last August 15's congratulatory remarks bears a second important meaning, which is unification based on freedom, peace, and prosperity. This is also the main theme of this year's Global Korea Forum, but I think that the last August 15 congratulatory remarks will be historically recognized as having made clear the final goal of Korean reunification. A unified Korean peninsula based on freedom, peace, and prosperity is truly the final goal that we must pursue. Until now, the National Unification Plan has been a bit vague about the final state of unification. The National Unification Plan, which calls for the two Koreas to become an economic and political community through reconciliation and cooperation, does not make it clear what that political community will be. So you might think that something like a hybrid of North and South Korea could be created. But that is not possible, and it should never happen. If South Korea were to regress to a system that is even more politically and economically backward than the one we have now, what kind of citizen would be in favor of that? Therefore, I believe that this declaration of the unification of freedom, peace, and prosperity as the final goal is more than just a declaration. So then, how can we accomplish this? Again, I believe the government's various initiatives have been well put together and announced. But I believe there are three main things that we need to do. First, I believe a lot more needs to be done to drive regime change in North Korea. Right now, the people of North Korea are unfortunately the most oppressed people in the world, completely disconnected from the outside world. And they are just being ruled by the regime. We need to breathe air from the outside world into their lives. And when the North Korean people wake up, there's a possibility of regime change. And we need to do everything we can to make that happen. Second, it's about our own internal efforts. The greater the support for reunification among our people, I believe the faster the time for reunification that will come. I am convinced that no one would oppose a reunification based on freedom, peace, and prosperity. It is just a matter of how effectively and convincingly we communicate it to the people. This is where the urgency and vigor of proper unification education comes in. Third, it's about international cooperation. Today's forum is being held for this purpose as well, but I believe we need to be more proactive in this effort. Especially, I think there should be bold support at the government level for researchers and North Korean human rights organizations that are studying the reunification of the Korean Peninsula in the international community. Distinguished guests, reunification can be achieved only if we want it, and it will come sooner if we desperately need it. The reality we are facing is, however, very harsh. But it is also true that miracles have always happened throughout history. I firmly believe that a reunification based on freedom, peace, and prosperity on the Korean Peninsula will come to us just like a miracle at some point. Finally, I would like to thank our moderator and panelists for the discussion on this sublime topic today. I would also like to thank everyone who are here with us today. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Minister Hyun In-taek of Unification. Thank you for your congratulatory speech. Thank you. Next, we'll listen to the keynote speech of the Mr. Ban Ki-moon, who was the 8th Secretary General of the United Nations. Please give a big round of applause to Secretary General Ban Ki-moon. Ladies and gentlemen, good morning. First of all, I would like to express my gratitude to Minister Kim Young-ho of Unification and also Vice Minister for hosting today's event. And also, I'd like to express my special thanks to Kim Yong-ho, the Senior Vice President for Administration and Development, and former Minister Hyun In-taek, as well as other renowned panelists from home and abroad, as well as the ambassadors from various countries. Thank you very much. And also, I would like to express my gratitude to the distinguished guests. Ladies and gentlemen, today's forum has the theme of the Unified Korean Peninsula for Freedom, Peace, and Prosperity to create favorable environments for unification and to create consensus among the international society. Currently, the international situation is changing at a rapid clip. And if you think about the current situation of the Korean Peninsula, I think today's forum is truly meaningful. As you're all aware, the international society faces conflict of the US and China, as well as the illegal invasion of Russia to Ukraine and the military tensions between Hamas and Israel, as well as the crisis in Iran, and also North Korea's nuclear development advancement and threats, as well as the cooperation and partnerships that causes the threats to the international society, which creates unstable environments across the world. Amid this crisis, it is important to solidify and gather power surrounding the Korean Peninsula and to pursue Korean unification. I believe this is the most urgent task that we bear. During the August 15th, the 79th anniversary of the August 15th speech, President Yoon mentioned that achieving unification of Korean Peninsula is the true liberation itself. Also, in order to induce practical changes in North Korea, the President emphasized that South Korea will strengthen the capacity for peaceful unification and for the sake of North Korean people, and this aligns with what I believe. The unification of Korean Peninsula is based on the respect for universal values and the values that can be shared with others. However, I would like to and he also clearly stated that this does not go in same line with the absorptive unification. Ladies and gentlemen, if we think about the international relations at the moment, I think the conflict between the US and China gives the biggest impact. After the end of the Cold War in the past century, the international order was led by the US so far. The United States has spread freedom and democracy and has also tried to build engagement with China. The United States believes that China's interests will go in line with the US interests and believe that China will also follow the international order, which was a positive prospect. But starting from 21st century, China has become the most challenging factor that threatens the international order and the US. To that end, the Trump and Biden administration tried to stay firmly against China. And with regard to that, the US has been strengthening innovative technologies such as AI and robots. Also, in Indo-Pacific region, the rules-based liberal democracy has come to the limelight. And to that end, Korea, Japan, Taiwan, and the US have created the Chip 4 and also the Quad, centering on the US, Australia, and India, and also the US, the UK, India's AUKUS alignment, and also the US, Canada, as well as Mexico, the Five Eyes. And also, we have the IPEF, which has the member of the 14 countries surrounding Indo-Pacific region. Likewise, we have various mini and multilateral cooperative bodies. Also, in order to solidify the alliance of Korea, the US, and Japan, we have been building stronger alliance. In last August 18th, the three leaders of Korea, the US, and Japan have met with each other during the Camp Davis and announced the common goal and the common agreement. Soon, the new US president will be elected. However, the relationship of the three countries, the Korea and the US and the Japan, their willingness was reaffirmed and reconfirmed. With this, China is trying to stand against the Western-centered world order and trying to come up with new Chinese standards to stand against the Western power. President Xi Jinping is prioritizing humans over people over values and centering around China. The Chinese government has recently announced 3 initiatives for the past 3 years. First is the Global Development Initiative, Global Security Initiative, and the third is Global Civilization Initiative. These 3 initiatives were proposed by Chinese government, and I believe everyone knows about this. And to achieve this goal, strategically, China is trying to build a strategic partnership with 105 Global South countries and created BRICS with Brazil, South Africa, as well as other countries. And China is also promoting the Shanghai Alliance with other countries as well. Also, China is investing heavily in science and technology fields. And China has achieved the #1 volume of papers in terms of artificial intelligence. Currently, there are only 200,000 scholars regarding the engineering parts. However, as for China, it has greater number of the scholars regarding engineering and STEM fields. China has finalized the socialist society, and by achieving those goals, China has the plan to win against the US. Now, such conflict is expected to prolong in the future. And during this process, the international politics landscape, especially the Indo-Pacific region, the Taiwan region, and the Korean Peninsula, there will be a certain impacts to these regions. Several scholars and politics stress that China will never beat against the US. And the scholars mention this term called peak China, mentioning that China has already reached this peak. Some experts say that China has slow consumption and there are a lot of bankruptcies and indebtedness going on in China, as well as high unemployment, high youth unemployment in China, which is giving a burden to the Chinese economy and the society. However, with heavy investment in advanced technologies, electric cars, batteries, solar panels, and autonomous cars are the major competing edge of China. Also, in terms of semiconductor industry, China is also making remarkable accomplishments. As for space science, China is also standing as a rival of the US. In last July, the third Congress meeting in China decided to head for a high-quality, innovative development. And in terms of advanced technologies, China has stressed that it will stand against the US and Korea, which is becoming a severe threat to the European society as well as the US and Korea. And historically, culturally, economically, there are many common grounds between Korea and China. Due to the conflict between the US and China, Korea has been receiving the influence in terms of security around Korean Peninsula, and it's important for Korea to respond to such influence. As I left my position as a Secretary General in 2017, upon the request of the Chinese government, I served the president of the Ball Forum, which was hosted by China. Every year, there's the summit being convened at the Hainan Island. I always participate in the Ball Forum. And I met the President Xi Jinping and also the deceased Prime Minister Li Keqiang, and as well as other high officials of China. I met with those high officials of China, and I also had one-on-one interview with those high officials of China. And in last May, we had the Korea, Japan, and China summits. And I'm pretty sure that you all know that Prime Minister of China visited the summit. And with the opening of the Korea and China diplomatic conference in the past months, it has shown the efforts of the Korean government to enhance the relationship. And in last August 5th, we had the partnership programs, exchange programs between the youth of Korea and China as well. Recently, our Ban Ki-moon Foundation has approved installing the liaison office in China, and we are planning to meet with the high officials of China in China soon. And on November 22nd, the Ban Ki-moon Foundation and China will co-host Boa and Seoul Conference. And here, Prime Minister Han Duck-soo will also participate in this event. As you can see, the interactions between Korea and China has been accelerating, and the environment for favorable relations between the two countries has been created. Next year, we'll have the APEC summit, and I expect that there will be an exchange of partnerships between Korea and China on the leadership level. And in terms of Russia, it is also important for the peace of Korean Peninsula. President Putin visited North Korea in last June 19th and made the comprehensive strategic alliance with North Korea. And this is in line with and this is similar to the North Korea-Soviet agreement, which was taken in 1961. And if you look at this agreement, I think it has stronger presence and power than the Korea and the US mutual agreements on defense cost. The trilateral agreement, North Korea, China, and Russia, has now been finalized, and which has been stressed by those countries. This shows that the alliance of the Korea and the US and the trilateral alliance between North Korea, China, and Russia have been turned into as a new Cold War, and many people fear that this is the new structure of the new Cold War. However, we are not aiming for races to each other. We are pursuing the peace in the Northeast Asia region. And also, I believe that these countries do not agree to set competition between the two parties. Once the Ukrainian war is finalized, I believe that Russia has an important interest to build partnerships with Korea and the US. So to that end, I think it is important to manage Korea and Russia's relationship in a wise manner. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, the security of Korea and the Korean Peninsula will be heavily influenced by the US presidential election, which is coming ahead.
So if Trump becomes a president, then there will be issues that need to be tackled, such as the U.S. forces residing in Korea. So many issues will have to be tackled after the U.S. elections. So no matter who will become president in the U.S., the important thing is that North Korea should not make a wrong decision, and we have to send out a consistent message to North Korea. If North Korea will preemptively use nuclear weapons, then we have to send strongly a message and consistently that it will be the demise of North Korea. And in 2022, the U.S. In its nuclear defense report, it writes that in case North Korea preemptively uses the nuclear weapons, it will mean the end of the Kim Jong-un regime. It will be the demise of the Kim Jong-un regime. It was a warning. And also in November 2023, in the Korea-US Security Committee in SCM, through a joint declaration, the word end of Kim was used, which is a very strong warning sent out to the North Korean regime. And so this warning, North Korea makes or will try to control North Korea not to make a wrong decision. So distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, North Korea, since 2000, the economy of North Korea has been slow and sluggish, and that is why its overall system has been failing. There is more bipolarization between the ones who are wealthy and not, and many systems are not working well. So Kim Jong-un in 2018, February, in Hanoi, and because of the failure of that Hanoi discussion, it says that the UN sanctions can no longer be pursued from the North Korean side. And Kim said that North Korea will be self-sufficient. And in 2023, December, Kim Jong-un changed the policy of South Korea. And so North Korea will consider South Korea as an enemy. And it will be a separate company, which is an enemy. So regarding South Korea, in case or in any emergent situation, they said that they could use the nuclear weapons. No one, even during the Kim Jong-il era or Kim Il-sung era, nobody said that nobody denied the fact that we are one country. But Kim Jong-un regime started to say those things, saying that we are not a single country, we are separate countries, meaning that under this economic situation, North Korea is maybe admitting itself that they have failed, and South Korea, they consider South Korea as a threat to their regime. So that is why North Korea has sent out that message. So under this situation, Kim Jong-un is also idolizing himself. So starting from 2024, the Bukhan Nodong newspaper said that the birthday of Kim Jong-il is no longer the Sun Day, but says just that it's April 15, so no longer that it's the day of the sun. And regarding Kim Il-sung, they used to say he is a good parent, but now they're considering Kim Jong-un as that. And so rather than having a badge of Kim Il-sung and Kim Jong-il, now they have the Kim Jong-un badge. So all those changes are happening. But last August 15, during the Gwangbokjeol congratulatory remarks, President Yoon has mentioned about the liberal democracy based on peace, freedom, and prosperity. And to do so, there should be a working level committee between the North and South, and there should be human rights meetings held for North Korea, and also there should be a liberal funds be made so that also there should be close cooperation with the UN side. Reunification is about liberal democracy, liberal market, and also the rule of law and also human rights. This is all according to our constitution. These are the values, these are the directions that South Korea has to follow, and this would be the identity of unified Korea. So a unified Korean peninsula based on all these values will have to go towards denuclearization, and also we'll have to establish all these values. So in pursuing reunification, we have to make sure that we work together closely with our neighboring countries and the international community. And so we have to have consistent and continuous efforts being made. So in that regard, President Yoon has mentioned about South Korea's contributions towards the international community, and President Yoon is implementing these initiatives, and that bears great significance. So Korea When it comes to climate change, polarization, or to address the digital divide, the South Korean government is making a lot of efforts. It has increased the ODA by twofold. And when it comes to low carbon or AI summits, many important initiatives are being held. And so the additional capacity or capability that can be gained after reunification is not negative, but it will more contribute to the peace and prosperity of North Asia, and also will be beneficial to Japan and China as well. So we need to build this kind of a consensus. This is strategically important, especially China is a very important factor. So the strategic and military value of Korea, some say that China says or is concerned that we are too heavily dependent on the US, but this is not so. However, the Korea and US alliance is not about confronting China, and it's more about peace and prosperity, and also to establish reunification, and meaning that this will also be beneficial to China as well. So this is about having that balance, being patient, and also work together with economic and social groups, and to make efforts to persuade all those relevant stakeholders. In that regard, regarding reunification and after reunification, in terms of diplomatic affairs, military, and also liberal democracy values, we believe that the future vision of Korea and US has to be proposed. And Korea and US alliance is our highest asset that we have. So it should be about mutual credibility, reliability, and based on mutual development, all this alliance has to be set up. And also together with Japan, we need to think about a futuristic vision so that we have to have a strong cooperation system between Korea and Japan, and so that we can also get the interest from the global south and also get more cooperation and investment from the global south. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, in this process and in this journey, the biggest hurdle would be the divided discourse between the Korean South Koreans, ourselves. So as a UN Secretary General, I've been visiting so many countries. I've been seeing many conflicts within countries. I've been seeing people suffering because of those internal conflicts. And South Korea is like the symbol of liberal democracy, but we are seeing such division in Korea, and I believe this is a pity. And so this division between ideologies, the gap between the left and right, and the gap between the generations, the gap between the rich and poor, we need to be integrated. We need to be further consolidated to overcome those challenges. So the journey towards North and South reunification can only be achieved when those conflicts are solved. And so in order to become stronger, we have to work on AI, semiconductor robotics, and high-tech technologies. We need to make sure that we have this gap between us and other countries, and the government has to strongly support regarding those efforts. And also, because of the lower birth rate, the governments, the government agencies, and we need to have consistent policies in order to help tackle those issues as well. And not only that, for the education of the future generation, we need to innovate the school system, the education system. Especially, we need to make sure that we have curriculums that will educate not only education itself, but the personality as well. So it should be about embracing others. It should be about being humble, thinking about others, helping others. This is a noble spirit that we should teach our children. As a Secretary General, I've been saying that this is the spirit of global citizenship. This is about global citizenship. This kind of a spirit can only be achieved through implementation and education. When I was young, I was, living a hard life. My parents, they had really a difficult life to live. However, school education was very good for me in order to become a good person, a better person. There was good quality of education, and so it taught me about citizenship, about being a good person in the society, and I'm trying to implement that as well, even now. And so right now in the school education, right now there's not much focus on this aspect. I've been visiting many middle schools, high schools, universities. I've been giving lectures, and I've been telling the students, highlighting this fact that they have to become better person in the society. But nowadays in Korea, we just focus on going to good universities, getting good jobs, and we ignore the fact that we have to teach them about being good people in the society. So this is really a pity. So all these political divisions in Korea, as well as the gaps, economic gaps between the people, comes from this lack of education, I believe. And I've been meeting all those heads of the education related systems, and I've been talking about this. However, they did not pay attention. Even the Ministry of Education, they were not paying attention. They were just thinking about enhancing competition or competitiveness. And this is not desirable for the future of Korea. So in order to achieve reunification, we desperately need this kind of education. So I hope that the government will focus on this matter, that we have to teach the people about having good personality to become better people in the society. Lastly, in this Global Korea Forum 2024, I hope that many discussions can be held regarding these themes and subjects, and that we get meaningful outcomes. You might think that reunification is something in the far future, but someday it can happen suddenly. So we need to be prepared in order to embrace reunification. So let us make efforts together so that reunification in Korea can happen soon, and that the next generations and our descendants can enjoy the good days of the Korean Peninsula. So it's not just about Korea, but that the global community can live a good life. So let us work together. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Ban Ki-moon, the Secretary General of the UN.
휴식 시간이 아닌데요.
So right now,
많이
it's not
이탈하셨는데
a
모두
rest
참석해 주시면
time.
이 세션을
So many of you are
시작하도록
not seated. So I would like to
하겠습니다.
ask the
행사장 밖에
participants to
계신
return to your seats and also
분들께서도
to
모두
the
자리에
participants who are
앉아주시기
outside of the venue to
바랍니다.
come inside and so that we can begin the first session.
네, 착석하시는 대로 1세션을 시작하도록
And as soon as the
하겠습니다.
participants are seated, we'll begin the first session.
제가 안내해 드리겠습니다. 네, 모두 착석해 주시길 바랍니다.
Now I'd like to ask the participants to be seated.
네, 이제 첫 번째 세션을
Ladies and
시작해
gentlemen,
보도록
now let us begin the
하겠습니다.
first
본
session.
세션은 자유주의
The first
국제
session
제도와
will be
한반도
preceded under the
통일의
theme of the
대안,
liberal
국제사회의
international order and
합의라는
global
주제로
consensus on Korean
110분
unification.
동안
So
패널
for the
관계와
next 110
시간을
minutes, we'll
가질
have the panel
예정입니다.
discussion and
이
question and
세션에서는
answer
변화하는
session.
국제
So for this
질서가
session, we're going
한반도에
to
미치는
analyze the
영향과
impacts and prospect
전망을
of the international
진단하고
order to Korean
한반도
Peninsula.
통일과 새로운
And
통일의
also, we're going
방법에
to
대한
have discussions
국제사회와
regarding the
연대와
solidarity and
협력을
cooperation of the
논의하고자
international
합니다.
society, as well as new
이
unification
세션의
dialogue.
좌장을 맡아주신 김성한 고려대
The moderator of the first
교수님께
session will be Professor
마이크를
Kim
건네도록
Sung-han, and
하겠습니다. 여러분 뜨거운 박수
now I'll
부탁드립니다.
give the mic to Professor Kim. Please give him a big hand. Ladies and gentlemen, good morning. I am Kim Sung-han, professor at Korea University. I'll be the moderator of the first session. The theme is the liberal international order and global consensus on Korean unification. I believe there will be a heated debate regarding this topic. As I'm aware, we have limited time for this session, and as you can see, we have a lineup of panelists with 7 members, so we have limited time. Therefore, I would like to ask for your understanding. So, I would like to ask for your effective time management. So, to that end, I will moderate the session in English.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I'm Kim Sung-han, Korea University professor and former National Security Advisor to President Yoon. I'm very delighted to have this wonderful opportunity to moderate the first session of 2024 Global Korea Forum. And the title of this session is The Liberal International Order and the Global Consensus on Korean Unification. As you may agree, US-led Liberal International Order was established right after World War II, which was based on free trade, liberal values and multilateral cooperation, and it has been continued for a long time and even survived the end of the Cold War. But now, liberal international order is facing gigantic challenges, as former UN Secretary General Ban Ki-moon already pointed out. US-China strategic competition and Russian invasion of Ukraine, and also very recently Russia-North Korea military cooperation, and also Israel-Hamas war, etc., etc. And in this vein, we are well poised to think about how this kind of Eurasian turmoil is going to have an impact upon the Korean Peninsula. Recently, many commentators are talking about the possible kind of the linkage between the Taiwan crisis and the Korean contingency, which means all of these issues, not just the Eurasian contingencies, but also possible kind of a crisis in Northeast Asia, are all connected to each other, which I believe requires very deep kind of a thinking as well as a preparation for the future. So, for the discussion of these kind of issues, Global Korea Forum has invited 7 prominent experts for this session. To my left, Soya Yoshide, Professor Emeritus at Korea University. He has been studying and researching Korea-Japan relations, as well as the role of so-called middle power in maintaining international peace and prosperity. And the second panel is Alejandro Rodriguez, Colombian ambassador in Seoul. And to his left, John Everard, former ambassador in Pyongyang. He's a very active commentator on North Korean affairs. To his left, Konstantinos Daskoulopoulos, chargé d'affaires, Greek embassy in Seoul. And also to his left, Dr. Kwon Boram, Associate Research Fellow at KAIDA, Korea Institute for Defense Analysis. And also Dr. Chung Gu-yeon, Professor at Kangwon National University. Last but not least, Professor Ma Sang-yoon is Professor at Catholic University of Korea, and now he is serving as the president of KAIS, Korean Association of International Studies. This session consists of 3 parts, the first of which is to invite each panelist to make a 7-minute kind of an initial speech. Then I will ask 1 or 2 questions to each of you for response. And finally, I will open the floor to the audience for Q&A. Without further ado, let me invite Professor Soya.
Okay, Professor Kim Sung-han, thank you very much for leading this session. And because time is very, very limited, I don't have time to say joke to start my speech. So I'll be brief on each point at the risk of being misunderstood. First point that I'd like to stress is about my basic perspective to geopolitics, particularly in this part of the world. And for many Koreans, it has become a conventional wisdom, as well as other observers outside of Korea, to say that Korean Peninsula is surrounded by 4 great powers, right? Sagan. But my perspective is Japan and Korea are surrounded by 3 strategically independent, unilateral, nuclear-powered great powers, which are US, China, Russia. And I have a firm conviction that this perspective is more useful than the other one in appreciating realities as well as talking about the future. That's the first point. And second, about the strategic triangle among the 3 great powers. And strategic triangle has come back. And 2 sort of, independent strategic great powers here are, again, US, China, Russia. And China and Russia, particularly after Russian invasion of Ukraine, again, to make complicated things simple, they are somewhat motivated by what you can say imperialistic impulses on each part. And I think this sort of imperialistic impulse creates some psychological bond between the 2. So that's one aspect of Russia-China relationship. And the second aspect is, of course, for their the respective strategies, the United States is the common competitor and an obstacle. So this is the shape of the strategic triangle today. And the US has to confront both strategic theaters in Asia and Europe. And added to this is, of course, the Israeli-Hamas-Hezbollah conflict. And it's a lot of sort of burden, being put on the shoulders of the United States. That's why allies are very much important for the United States. And having said all this, Russia and China have somewhat different strategic theaters. Of course, for Russia, Europe is important. And for China, Asia is of primary importance. And Russia-Chinese strategies are not necessarily identical across these two regions. So we need some nuanced strategies and approaches toward China in this part of the world. And sorry, I forgot to count my time, but I will finish with two more points. One is against these backdrops, North Korea. I think for North Korea, against North Korea, China has the greatest leverage, no question. And Russia is having more problems. And Russia may be getting weaker. China may be getting stronger, although there are tons of problems ahead, even for China. And so I think that's the background against which North Korea and Russia are getting closer to each other. So this is a very loose triangle among China, Russia, North Korea. It's not very strong. And against this triangle, we have another triangle, which is US, Korea, Japan triangle. And this triangle itself is not very strong, partly because, or largely because of the state of political and security relationship between Korea and Japan. US was happy about the sort of, Japan, South Korea getting closer, thanks to particularly the leader in South Korea and also Japanese leader. And I think this improvement of the relationship has encouraged the United States to work on this triangle. But Japan, Korea living at the current state of affairs is a sort of is a liability, I would say, in order for this triangle to become more effective. And so Japan-Korea Korea cooperation is critically important. And I hope you would be reminded of the very first point that I started with, that is Japan-South Korea, somewhat on the same sort of strategic level against the strategic triangle among US, China, and Russia. And so I'll stop here, but if I have time, I will be happy to go into larger domain of this, what I call middle power cooperation. I think at the age when strategic triangle among three great powers is somewhat, not really destroying, but is not helping liberal international order, I think the countries, other countries, cooperation among other countries is becoming terribly important in order to sustain and advance liberal international order. And in this global context, Japan-Korea cooperation is really, really the key. So I'll stop here. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Soya. You pointed out some complexities embedded into Korea-Japan relations despite remarkable progress in AJK trilateral cooperation. I look forward to your further comments on so-called, I think it is your trademark, middle power diplomacy. Okay? Okay, Ambassador Rodriguez, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. Well, first of all, I want to thank the Ministry of Unification for extending an invitation to me and to Colombia to participate in this important dialogue together with very knowledgeable experts. For Colombia, it's very important to be part of this panel. The policy of President Petro and the main fundamental is total peace. It's a policy that not only includes all the efforts in order to reach peace in our country, but also in the world. And particularly here in Korea, this is very important. Why total peace? Because basically what we are seeing is that we have to reduce conflicts all over the world in order to focus our efforts in the biggest challenge the humanity has now, that is global warming. So thinking in other aspects may deviate our focus in this important challenge. Peaceful and peace is very important in the relationship between Korea and Colombia. Korea has been an important actor in all the peace processes Colombia have developed. And today, Korea is helping Colombia in the most important program, that is rural and inclusive reform. Now currently Korea is working and is giving us cooperation in the cadastre that is going to give us the opportunity to once again give land to those ones that are not today having the opportunity to work and to have the opportunity to have their own land in order to produce agricultural goods. Korea also is helping us with different technologies in order to, once again, create opportunities, economic opportunities in our country to reach peace. What we are seeing also is that unification here in Korea is important, especially to reduce risk of different, that would be a disaster conflict in terms that obviously is going to be the encounter of three superpowers and also the risk of nuclear confrontation. Unification for sure for Korea is a great goal, but cannot be any unification. Definitely must be under the rule of law, must be, as it was mentioned in the initial remarks, with three values: freedom, peace, and prosperity, which would be the final goal. So this is actually what we believe as a country, and we are ready to be part of the international community that definitely must be needed in terms to reach the final goal, the final unification, once again, with freedom, peace, and prosperity values. Thank you.
Thank you, Ambassador. You have emphasized the importance of bilateral cooperation between Korea and Colombia in terms of peace and prosperity. And also you recognize the importance of Korean unification. Next speaker is Ambassador Everard. The floor is yours.
Firstly, many thanks to the Ministry of Unification for inviting me here. We're talking this morning about the liberal international order and the global consensus on Korean unification. I say reunification rather than unification. Korea was one country. It's a return to a previous state. Reunification. Let's take the two in order. Firstly, we talk in agonized, sometimes apocalyptic terms about the decline of the liberal international order. It simply is not happening. This is an urban myth. It's important to remember that the United States' share of the world economy is not falling, it's actually growing, and growing quite fast. About 10 years ago, it was 21%, it's now up to 26%. But the reason that I speak with such confidence about the future of the liberal international order is, well, there are three reasons. Firstly, the appalling problems, economic problems that China faces, and to which the Secretary General made some allusion in his remarks this morning. I won't go through the entire litany now, the collapsing property sector, water shortages, labor shortages, skill shortages, but just as a highlight, it's important to remember that so far this year alone, the People's Bank of China has issued 10 warnings that the Chinese bond market is in bubble territory, which might go at any moment. To those of us who lived through the 1998 Southeast Asian economic crisis, the 2002 South American crisis, all this has an eerily familiar ring. And it is important because it profoundly affects the way that China behaves on the international stage. The Chinese government does not focus most of the time on international matters. It focuses much more on domestic matters, and it is deeply, deeply worried about its economy. This has also meant that I think we need to stop talking about the deterioration of relations between China and the United States. They have been very, very bad. But they are no longer deteriorating. They've bottomed out, and they are probably improving through a process which started arguably with Secretary Blinken's visit to Beijing in June 2023, through a series of meetings, and most recently, of course, Jake Sullivan's extraordinary visit to Beijing just a few days ago. Through all these, Americans tell me that the Chinese talk obsessively about their economy. They know that the one country that can help them is the United States. You may hate the Americans, but you have to be nice to them. The second thing is the decline of Russia. Of course, it matters how the Ukraine war ends, but in terms of Russia's place in the war, it no longer does. Russia has bled itself white. It's squandered all the money it has saved to reach out for a post-oil, post-gas world. It's lost 1 million of its most talented people. Russia is in no position to face the rest of the 21st century, and it seems to have started on a decline to which it's hard to see an end. The third is the rise of the rest. Yes, we are entering a multipolar world, but it is not the multipolar world that the Russians and Chinese keep talking about.
it's important to remember just how far things are likely to change over the next few decades. In the next few decades, unless the demographers are wildly wrong, Nigeria will have a greater population than China. We will see the rise of India, which has been widely commented, Bangladesh, Brazil, countries which have so far only played a second-rank role, but are likely to take the limelight. The key point I'm making here is that those countries that are likely to take increasingly important roles are not authoritarian regimes, they are, to a greater or lesser extent, cheerfully shambolic democracies. So where does this leave us? Can I have the slides back, please? The liberal international order is strong, probably growing stronger, it's got a few humps, but it's supported and will continue to support Korean unification. I show you there the Cairo Declaration, 27 November 1943. That has never been rescinded. That remains the bedrock of Western policy towards Korea. So, our problem is not the liberal international order, who are generally in favor of reunification, it is the others. China, I've got the list there, the reason that people don't like it. China sees no advantage. Russia would lose heavily through unification. And there are 4 big points there for why North Korea, or at least the North Korean regime, would not want it. Where does this leave us? Despite all the support we can hope for from the liberal international order, the prospects for reunification in the immediate future are frankly very poor. But those 3 countries all show signs of change, of shift. There may well be changes in the weather that we can exploit. If China, for example, does a deal with the United States which includes North Korea, and remember that Secretary Blinken set up a Northeast Asia working group with the Chinese way back, then if Chinese support is diluted or indeed withdrawn, that's a game changer. When the Ukraine war ends, it is naive to imagine that Russia will continue to support North Korea. And without Russian support, can North Korea continue on its current course? And of course, there's instability in North Korea itself. For now, towards reunification, there's frankly very little we can do, but there's every prospect of the weather changing. The key thing is to be flexible, to be prepared, to plan ahead, and to be prepared to act decisively and immediately if an opportunity arises to move unification forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Ambassador. I think I kindly ask you to elaborate why China and Russia will be reluctant to support Korean unification, even though we kind of tend to agree there are many more reasons than we believe. But at the same time, I think you pointed out China and Russia do not agree with each other, even though they appear to be on the same boat in dealing with many issues on the Eurasian continent. So I think we need to avoid putting them in the same basket when it comes to talking about Korean unification. Nevertheless, I will ask you later. Okay, and next speaker is Charge d'Affaires Daskaropoulos. The floor is yours.
Good evening. First of all, thank you for the Unification Ministry for the invitation to share our views on behalf of Greece, and I should say, since Great Britain left EU, I will express also somehow our views from on behalf of EU. It's significant that Korea is the only country, if I'm not mistaken, that has a unification ministry, and that seems a lot. It seems like this country suffers the separation of a nation through the years that cannot find its way in the international arena. In EU and Greece, we share this cause, this a strategy of this country to try to unite the country after the separation that suffers after 1946, because after Turkish invasion, all you know that Cyprus is a separate country, and we found ourselves after 50 years, we have this 50 years after 1974, 2024, we have multiple UN resolutions. Korea has multiple UN resolutions. We are trying to implement these resolutions, and the question is that in an era that we have authoritarian leaders hijacking economic power, political power, military power, they try to implement their own way, their own interpretation of international fora. And our only way to balance this struggling world, which faces economic crisis, unemployment crisis, climate crisis, is implement the international law. We have the honor just a little while ago addressing to us Mr. Ban Ki-moon, who had struggled from his position in UN to promote international peace, but where we found ourselves in our days. Violation of the basic rules of international law, lack of respect for maritime security, lack of respect of UN resolutions concerning observations concerning violations of human rights. Of course, 1943, it was a significant date for the causes of the unification of how the international community sees the separation of the Koreas. But we see that due to the conflict of interpretation in UN, the resolution supporting exactly the cause of unification, they are not being adopted. This gives the wrong signal to authoritarian regimes that they can still persist in promoting policies that they are not acceptable for the international community. So I think what we need to focus in our days is to stay put in the basic corridors that they led us from Second War. We create an international community with, of course, offering prosperity to much of our nations. We are supporting human rights in areas that still people is struggling and governments are not ready, they are not providing these common human rights that in our Western countries are promoting. And we have to understand that the economic development is something that affects the human rights, that protectionist measures from superpowers, from the new regions that they are strong in trade. And I have to point out that the Shanghai Initiative is coming along with some policies that we have to monitor and be ready to face on the ground. So wrapping up, I just want to say that the challenges are there, but we have the knowledge. We know how to tackle this, but we need to enforce our cooperation by all means implementing international law and economic freedom and the individual rights. Thank you.
Thank you. I think I totally agree. We need to reinforce our cooperation based on international norms. Okay. And the next speaker is Dr. Kwon Bo-ram at Kaida.
Thank you for the invitation today. We were given several questions to answer, and I went through them biblically when I prepared my notes. So let me talk in 4 parts. So the first part is about liberal international order. So I think we all agree that there are multiple challenges. The divide between liberal and illiberal spheres has accelerated and has become more contentious since the war in Ukraine. And I think at the heart of it is the change in global leadership of the US. It still buttresses the liberal international order, but asks allies to do more of burden sharing. And I think the message is clear. As former President Barack Obama said at the DNC, we shouldn't be the world's policeman, and we can't eradicate every cruelty and injustice in the world. But America can be and must be a force for good. So if this liberal-illiberal divide was exacerbated by the competition between the US and China, it reached a critical juncture with Russia's invasion of Ukraine. The war pitted the West against Russia, bringing Moscow and Pyongyang closer together, and a China-Russia-North Korea partnership emerged. The triangle may be loose, but it is there. And this counterbalances the ROC US-Japan security partnership. If these structures become entrenched, it does not bode well for the stability of the Korean Peninsula, and it may dampen prospects for unification. So the second part, the competition we see now is different from what we saw in the Cold War era. It is far more complex. So 2 points here. We live in a world where there are higher levels of economic interdependence and technological advancement. And so here, even allies check and compete against each other on issues related to economic security. And second, competition is made worse by the polarized domestic politics in major democratic countries. The problem is, to win elections, democratic governments offer foreign policy prescriptions that are designed to solve domestic problems first, rather than tackle important global problems to create more public goods. The third part, we were asked, is the US hegemony in decline? Well, the US may be in relative decline, but it is still an indispensable world power. Its hasty exit from Afghanistan showed how urgently the US seeks to rebalance its resources to the Indo-Pacific region to focus on China. And we all know that China is the one issue that both Democrats and Republicans actually agree on. They agree that China is the pacing threat, that it does not play by the rules, and it takes away American jobs. So the presidential candidates from both parties this year lay out protectionist economic policies that place the betterment of the American people before a free and open global economy. Meanwhile, US allies and partners that rely on China's technology, resources, and market are expected to decouple or de-risk and bear the costs. Now, the rise of the global south and the strategic autonomy seeking of European states, not to mention the wars in Ukraine and Gaza, suggests that the US pivot to Asia is not guaranteed. There will be many discontents, many distractions, so the US will need to prioritize its resources. The fourth point, what are the prospects of a unified Korea, and is there a global consensus? I believe we've heard professors and ambassadors speak today that there is indeed a consensus. However, the unification of the Korean Peninsula is not a priority issue. We've talked about many challenges. First and foremost, the US and China are really focused on outcompeting each other. So they are not very likely to cooperate on issues related to North Korea. And North Korea can leverage on the strengths of China and Russia to overcome its weaknesses, as long as there is a China-Russia-North Korea partnership that is pitted against the ROC US-Japan partnership. The sentiment in South Korea is also interesting regarding unification. I looked through some past poll research and found that in 2020, a survey found that South Koreans want a unified Korea to form an alliance with China while maintaining security ties with the United States. Another major public opinion polls show that either South Koreans are losing interest in unification over time, or those who desire unification do not think it will happen overnight, and they're okay with that. What's the rush? Well, regardless, unification is a national goal enshrined in our constitution. South Korea's statehood and identity stems from a global consensus of the free world. So a revived global consensus can steer the international community to support peace and stability on the Korean Peninsula, which is a precondition for unification. And now the elephant in the room is that North Korea's nuclear capabilities and intent. The major powers are all increasing and modernizing their nuclear arsenal. In this climate, North Korea is very unlikely to give up its nuclear weapons. The so-called nuclear warming creates a sense of urgency to begin a unification dialogue with like-minded states like the ambassadors on the stage here today. And I think the US, Japan, and UN command sending states are on top of the list. Let me end with an idea of how we can revive global consensus on Korean unification. It came up with 3 C's. The first would be to project confidence that unification is an achievable end state. And in order to get Generation Z on board, I think we need to liven up the concept. Second C is consensus, building internal consensus on Korean unification so that it can lead global opinion. In the end, it's the Korean people who needs to really want it to make it happen. And third, we need to determine the coordinates, the XY coordinates for unification in South Korea's foreign policy. We need to better articulate how the unification of the Korean peninsula dovetails with South Korea's vision of a global pivotal state, and as Secretary Ban mentioned, a denuclearized middle power. Second, we need to maintain these coordinates across different governments to preserve credibility. And lastly, it is important to utilize domestic, regional, and global diplomatic platforms effectively for public diplomacy. Let me end there. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Kwon, for your very comprehensive but very succinct presentation, such as the difference of competition before and after the Cold War, and also the rise of the global South, and lastly, 3 C's for Korean unification, not just on the domestic front, but also international arena. Thank you. And the next speaker is Dr. Chung Gu-yeon at Kangwon National University.
Thank you, Professor Kim. So the session of this, the title of this session is Liberal International Order and Global Consensus in Korean Unification. So I think I need to discuss the national landscape that surrounds Korean Peninsula and what kind of condition actually are conducive to South Korea's effort to forge a peaceful unification. So I think we need to talk more about this liberal international orders. This has been very important topics, especially the advent of Yoon Suk-yeol administrations in forging Indo-Pacific strategies, also forging this global pivotal states, the foreign policy vision of South Korea. But we have never really discussed about how United States, which has been supported this liberal international orders and coordinated with other partners and allies throughout from this World War II, and how United States actually perceive these liberal international orders. That matters because this polarization within the United States coincide with a multipolarity that many of the panelists actually mentions, is creating this dissipation of the orders, and that's actually the environment we are seeing today and discuss the unification kind of strategy. So I will discuss 3 points: the polarized expectations about liberal international order within the United States, and the Cold War analogy that we used to discuss in analyzing the current international landscape. And the third one is South Korea's unification policy under the strategy realignment. So I'll first go over this polarized expectations about liberal international order within the United States and outside the United States. So when you look at the United States, even though it seems very busy with elections, presidential elections, you can see the two polarizing kind of trend. Even the United States Congress, you can see that this pessimism, that viability of the liberal orders will be very hard to maintain in a short period of time. Even Democrats, they understand that rules-based order is very hard to achieve in the foreseeable future, given that great power competitions and the lack of kind of consolidated democracy development within the United States. But the difference between Democrats and GOP at this moment is that whether they are still maintaining this rule-based order as well as democracy, so that as a way of revive United States primacy in the world stage. So when it comes to Democrats, they believe that liberal international order and as well as democracy as a way of institutionalizing U.S. coalitional hegemony, not just U.S. hegemony, U.S. coalitional hegemony, which has been in concert with other allies and partners. And the prevailing view within the GOP is that American dominance will be restored through America First policy. So this very stark difference between two parties starts from the fact that, especially Donald Trump believes that current bipolar or kind of power transition is coming out from liberal international orders. China has become powerful because of liberal international orders and market economy, not because of some other different orders and system. So this way of thinking push GOPs and other conservatives in the United States very reluctant to push this liberal international order future system of the United States that creates international orders. But meanwhile, the Democrats still believe this liberal international orders as well as rule-based orders, and democracy is a kind of important elements that sustain U.S. primacy as well as coalition hegemony. So this understanding, stark difference about liberal international order is coincide with their approach to democracy as well. When you look at the kind of rhetorics and speeches about Congress in the Congress and also public speech conducted by conservatives or GOP politicians, they usually classify far-right populist as a conservative. Of course, there might be different reference points, but their understanding of democracy is evolving within the United States Congress and even public level. So this kind of polarizing powers within the United States is actually accelerating with the power transition we see. Some of the panelists mentioned it as a multipolarity. Whatever the term is, the power transitions is actually creating more fuzzier, actually, international order than we are saying as a kind of new Cold War analogy. So that's the point where I propose my second point. We used to talk about this Cold War analogy, whether it is tenable actually, regardless who actually spread this word and support this term. We need to understand whether this is useful for South Korea, whether this term of using the Cold War as a reference point to analyze South Korea's foreign policy and establish South Korea's foreign policy is useful or is more profitable to establish South Korea's strategic interest. The thing is that of course, as U.S. and China's competitions become widespread, encompassing every domains like economy, technology, military, and even governance, it seems like the risk coming out from competition is getting harder and getting bigger and bigger. But as some of the panelists mentions, there is a middle ground as well. Middle power countries and global South countries, and those other countries actually make a more multipolar kind of system as we see today. And another thing that I have to point out is that the analogy of Cold War might be misleading because we see more characteristic of interwar period. As we remember this interwar period between World War II and World War I, the League of Nations was unworkable, and this coalitions of revisionists actually work as a counterforce to allies and partners on the democratic side. And none of these international institutions has not been prevented, and self-regulating mechanism of market economy has been failed. So this very fuzzier kind of institutional failure actually create this fascism and extremism in the European continents and Asia as well. So which provide the institutions implications that we need to take more nuanced approach when we talk about this Cold War analogy. So this is kind of background where South Korea need to think about its unification policy. As many of the panelists actually mentions, South Korea's unification policy, especially peaceful unification, there is no doubt that nobody can raise kind of questions about it. And especially when it comes to the latest proposal by the South Korea, August 15th Unification Doctrine, is showing that South Korea's strategic clarity in terms of unification formula that has been maintained a strategic ambiguity. But at the same time, that strategic clarity can invite many exploitations under the competing power transition, as well as polarizing liberal international orders. But still, because of that trend, I believe South Korea's unification policy provide more kind of resilient strategic clarity, as well as building a more resilient international institutions, which he can forge a better balance of power when it comes to conducting foreign policy. So many of the panelists mentioned, I will not repeat everything, but some of the 3 points I would like to highlight is that the current emerging security architectures in the Indo-Pacific or global architectures, such as lattice work, is a kind of places South Korea take leverage in institutionalizing South Korea's current unification policy. Not only to talk about this unification policy and shape the more consensus about it, but also lead kind of paper resilience about this unification policy. And also, as many of the kind of panelists might not aware of it, but the current nuclear landscape. I think Professor Soya mentions briefly about it, but current nuclear landscape is more about multipolar nuclear multipolarity, especially in the asymmetric form. And not only the United States, South China, and Russia has nuclear power, but regional rogue states also has nuclear power with its specific regional focus. And the recent discussions about the simultaneity of conflict, which is linked to great powers, nuclear powers, and small nuclear powers, a possible attempt of revisionism, is also preventable by having a stronger security architecture led by like-minded countries. And the last one that I would point out is that this August 15th Unification Doctrine suggested by the current administrations emphasized the elements of liberty and freedom. But my understanding is that South Korea and Korean Peninsula is not the only places where human rights violations are observed from North Korea's side. I think we need to more build a solidarity with other countries to concern more about other countries' human rights violations and provide more doable solutions to address those issues as well. So I'll stop here.
Thank you, Professor Chung, for, again, a very comprehensive presentation, starting from highly polarized situation within the United States with respect to the future of liberal international order, and et cetera, et cetera. Let me ask some questions later. Last speaker is Professor Ma Sang-yun.
Thank you very much, Chairman. I think I better take full advantages of provision of simultaneous interpretation to save very precious time. Actually, I would like to make just 2 points. International environment is not really good for Korea's national unification. Secondly, I will talk a little bit about how Korean government should do in promoting the environment which is more conducive for national unification in the future. I'll speak in Korean now. 자, 첫 번째로 제가 말씀드리고 싶은 것은
So first, I would like to say that this international environment surrounding us is not so good for the unification of the Korean Peninsula. So for the reunification of the Korean Peninsula, the international environment it's about whether we should have a central role being reinforced or the outside role being reinforced. So depending on that, I think the journey of the reunification can be decided whether we will be seeing reunification close sooner or later. But right now, it looks like the centrifugal role is a little bit stronger than the other. So first, the strategic competition between the US and China is strengthening, and this is important, especially China regarding North Korea, its perception of North Korea. Well, in the past, it was looking at North Korea from like a past perspective. So I think this can be sort of strengthened in the future. And in this situation, North Korea can be like a leverage for China regarding the US. So it could be sort of an incentive for them. And secondly, the US or the other international community regarding the Korean situation and peninsula situation, the level of interest is getting lower because of these international conflicts going on these days. So the war between Russia and Ukraine, it has been going on for the past 2.5 years. And also the conflicts in the Middle East is also causing a lot of uncertainties. And so for the US, when it comes to their military and political resources, they have to decide where to invest their resources, to which region, and that is why the level of interest towards the Korean Peninsula is getting a little bit less and less these days because of those situations. And the other issue would be also the approach of North Korea and Russia. So they might be using the war in Ukraine, but for North Korea, in order to have strategic autonomy, they want to have some space. So North Korea could gain some space. And that is why our expectations for the reunification can also become less and less. And so in this situation, in this international environment, what efforts should be made by us for reunification? We need to think about those efforts. So first, the strategic competition between the US and China will also, depending on the international conflicts or interests, these could be a hurdle for the reunification of the Korean Peninsula. So for Korea, the relation between US and China, it could continue. That strategic competition can continue, but the Korean issue, the Korean Peninsula issue, it is like a cooperation issue between two superpowers. And so I think we need to make efforts in that regard. And then right now, the Biden administration also is tackling climate issues and other challenges, and they are talking about cooperation with China. And so moving forward, I believe that there will be even more areas for cooperation between those superpowers. And within that agenda, I believe that the North Korea and South Korea issue should be included. Then I believe there will be better conditions and environments be made for the Korean Peninsula's unification. And second, the level of interest of the international community regarding reunification is getting lower these days, as I said. And so we need to express our continuous commitment towards reunification. And of course, reunification, whether it's going to be done the next day or somewhere in the near future or not, we don't know when it will happen. But if there is that possibility, then we have to make sure that we can lead those efforts, those reunification efforts. We need to express to the international community our commitment, our preparations for that. And at the same time, we also should secure the support from the international community. And so in getting that support from the international community, I think this is very important regarding our North Korea policy, because first, we talk about military deterrence, and second, we also talk about sanctions, and also third, we talk about dialogue with North Korea. So these three components have to be included when we're dealing with North Korea. So yes, deterrence and sanctions are there, but right now there's no dialogue going on between North and South. And so in the long term, we have to have patience so that we can have dialogue with North Korea. And so in doing so, it is very important to have the support from the international community. So in the short term, if North Korea would, let's say, collapse, and in those situations, we also have to be prepared for those situations just in case, but we have to also be sure to keep our identity as a liberal democracy and be patient in dealing with North Korea, and also to prepare for these long-term changes of North Korea. And in all those efforts regarding the North Korea issues, peninsula issues, we need to get and secure the support from the international community, and that will be helpful for us. And I would like to wrap up here. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Professor Ma. Now we have completed the initial presentations by 7 panelists. Now I turn to some Q&A, starting from myself. First question goes to Professor Soya. Even though you didn't mention during your initial remark, I think we need to compare the utility of AJK trilateral cooperation on the one hand and other kind of minilateralism such as AP4. Now it is called IP4. That includes Korea, Japan, Australia, and New Zealand. Which do you think is going to be more effective if Korea is preparing for unification in the future? Now we are seeing the proliferation of many unilateral efforts in the Pacific region. So which kind of a unilateral effort are you paying greater attention to? And how do you think about the role of ASEAN as a part of middle powers? If you take ASEAN as a middle power, not just Korea and Japan, but also ASEAN becomes very important, I believe. So I want to listen to your response. Not now, I will give it floor to you later. And Ambassador Rodriguez, you emphasized the importance of cooperation between ROK and Colombia. I really appreciate Colombia for sending troops to ROK during the Korean War as one of the sending states. By the way, now Korea has, thanks to that kind of international assistance, have transformed itself from a ODA recipient country to ODA providing state, and many other things have been accomplished. How is the perception of the Colombian people with respect to the Korea's kind of a development? Do you think development cooperation between Korea and Colombia will contribute to more active kind of a cooperation between our two countries? I think that kind of corporate relationship is very helpful to Korean unification in the future too. And Ambassador Everard emphatically pointed out inter-Korean as well as North Korea versus other international players. But as you pointed out, January 17 this year, North Korea, regard South Korea as a separate and hostile state, not just a subject for unification. This kind of new departure from the previous position, do you think this kind of a North Korean policy will make North Korean Kim regime more stable? If it is the case, I think we are facing a very serious kind of a obstacle in terms of the feasibility of Korean unification. And my second question is about North Korea-Russia military cooperation. Do you believe this kind of, how do you assess North Korea-Russia rapprochement? Do you believe this kind of a bilateral relationship will be able to survive the end of Ukrainian war? But at the same time, you emphasized the strategic importance of North Korea for Russia, which implies Russia is unlikely to support Korean unification, and also Russia is likely to play a kind of a spoiler when it comes to Korean unification. So my question is sustainability of North Korea-Russia cooperation. And my question to Charles Abel Daskopoulos, how was Greek kind of a response to German unification when it took place? In the year of 1990. Not just the Greece, but also the European kind of a response. Can you say Europe genuinely, welcomed German unification, or you can say you took it with real kind of a greeting or welcome, but at the same time, you kind of worried about the future of unified Germany. So I'm curious about the Greek perception or response, Greek people's perception about German unification. And my question to Dr. Kwon, I think many others also pointed out the importance of the global south. But if you compare global south of today with the third world during the Cold War, I think during the Cold War, third world signifies kind of a non-alignment in terms of ideology. So it was based on ideology. So we do not try to belong to, respective kind of ideological camp. But now the global south, if you listen to them very carefully, they tend to focus on how global north has been exploiting the global south for many, many years. So this sounds more structural, even though their diplomacy appears to be somewhat pragmatic when they are dealing with the United States and China. But from the South Korean perspective, how can we conduct so-called global South diplomacy for future Korean unification? I think Korea is already being seen as part of the global North. If global South countries are looking at Korea as part of the global North, their perception is not going to be favorable. They are unlikely to support Korean unification when it happens, unless Korea is being perceived by many of the global South countries, such as India, Indonesia, Brazil, Nigeria, and South Africa, so-called leading global South countries. And Dr. 정구현,
그리고 또 정구현 박사님께서
coalitional hegemony of the United States is being hampered by polarized expectation for liberal international order within the United States. So you listed many reasons, differences between GOP and Democrats, particularly at this moment. So in this vein, you emphasized this kind of domestic polarization is contributing to power transition from the United States to China. That sounds plausible, makes sense, but at the same time, if you try to be balanced, you also need to point out some problems that are arising within China. So what kind of problems China is now facing if China is really serious to become next leader of the international community? So I want to listen to your comment about that. And lastly, Professor Ma, I mostly agree on your points about international environment for Korean unification, which is not quite favorable. But this session is to assess some possible impact of many of international crises and wars and problems on Korea and Korean Peninsula. Let me ask a somewhat provocative question. What if Taiwan contingency and Korean crisis take place almost simultaneously? Do you think this kind of highly complicated two contingency situation could lead to Korean unification or not? Sorry for being provocative and somewhat complicated question. Okay, so I will look forward to some responses from our panelists, starting from Professor Soya. Yeah, 2 minutes.
Well, I myself have been advocating trilateral AXA or reciprocal access agreements among Korea, Japan, Australia. To me, this is sort of middle power, sort of AXA arrangements. AXA is acquisition and cross-servicing agreement between militaries. And Japan and Australia has AXA and reciprocal access agreement. And Korea, Australia also signed one, and a more comprehensive security declaration during the Im Bak government. And they have AXA. And these AXA represent typically middle power security cooperation, no elements of traditional military operations, which is beyond Japanese legal and other limitations. Australians have been complaining that what Japan can do is much, much less than what Australia wants Japan to do. But anyway, the concept of middle power security cooperation is there. And if this is the case, there is no reason that Japan and South Korea cannot sign similar agreement. But of course, we have bilateral problems. So one way to sort of divert this difficult bilateral context is to approach this from multilateral angle. And AP4 could be a useful platform involving New Zealand, of course, to this trilateral relations, and aim for some sort of quadrilateral AXA type of agreements among the four, which would mean virtual AXA agreement between Japan and South Korea. And I think that if there is political will, this is a feasible plan. And then on top of this middle power cooperation among the rest of ASEAN members in the region, we can think of strengthening ASEAN's long-term efforts of Asian multilateralism. And ASEAN has many limitations as they recognize themselves. And so adding these outside middle powers cooperative mechanism to what ASEAN has been doing would make it real region-wide multilateralism. So that's my idea, which has been trying to sell. Yeah.
Okay. ROK, Japan, and Australia, I think that is your favorite kind of a unilateral effort for peace and prosperity in the Pacific region. Okay. All right, Ambassador Rodriguez.
Thank you, Chairman. Well, you asked about cooperation and how Colombia sees Korea 70 years after the Korean War and its economic development. First of all, our country admires deeply Korea, what Korea has done in the last 70 years, coming from to be one of the poorest countries in the world in the mid-50s to the 12th or 13th economy in the world today. And actually, we are taking Korea as an example. We really are interested to also have a strong manufacturing goods produced in Colombia is something that not only this embassy, but all the embassies of Colombia around the globe are working on, trying to attract investment in value-added goods in order to reindustrialize the country. Secondly, we also admire what Korea has done with services, high-quality services like engineering, like audiovisual content, like all what you are seeing that is also part of the soft diplomacy with K-pop and K-dramas. And definitely, in terms of cooperation, the way we are seeing it, once again, is the possibility to have better economic conditions in order to, once again, have internal peace in our country. This impacts with what we are doing here in Korea. in terms of, as we are ascending state, we are also part of the UNC, of the United Nations Command here in Korea. And today, and what the UNC does, basically it protects the armistice that Korea has. We have to remember that Korea is an armistice that is the one that is protecting peace in the peninsula. And Colombia is part of the UNC. And UNC is asking to members to provide more capacities. And obviously, we cannot say that that Colombia is going to send, I don't know how many soldiers or the latest technology in what is related with weapons or all these kind of things. But definitely, Colombia also has capacities in a different matters, like, for instance, women, peace and security, human demining. So those are the things that also we are cooperating, we are bringing on the table for the UNC command. And increasing the number of officers as much as our capacities can. Having said this, basically what we are doing here is, and what we are seeing with cooperation with the AOD cooperation is solving the problem. So trying to solving the problem of peace. In our case, once again, for instance, the main problem or the main source of our conflict is access to land and a fair access to land. So once again, Korea is giving us the technology to do the proper measurement of the land, especially in the territories which are our most valued treasure, territories that are located in the Amazon, territories that with an immense biodiverse. We have to mention that Colombia is the second most biodiverse country in the world. But today, unfortunately, illegal groups are doing illegal mining there, sending chemicals that are harming this biodiverse. And this is when cooperation like the one that we are receiving from Korea solves the problem to create peace in our land. And once again, here our mission is working very hard in order to become one of the members in this international coalition and support what we see is that would be the best option that Korea, the peninsula, the full peninsula has, that is a unification, a peaceful unification using diplomatic means. Basically, is how I see how cooperation works in order of unification for a country like Colombia being part or aiming to be active part in this international coalition.
Thank you for your response, particularly your remark on UNC, United Nations Command. Korea, as the host nation of United Nations Command, we are actively cooperating with the member states of the UNC. Colombia, I'm really delighted to hear that Colombia is well poised to contribute your own capacity to revitalizing the UNC in terms of international coalition building. Thank you for saying that. Okay, Ambassador Everard, the floor is yours.
Thank you. You've kindly asked me two questions for which there will be no extra charge. The first question was about the 17 January declaration by Kim Jong-un that the Republic of Korea was henceforth not a part of the Korean nation, as you would have put it, but a separate and hostile state. to be honest, I've been dreading that question. At the risk of alarming my audience, I have to say that I think he did this as part of a preparation for the possibility of a restart of the Korean War. Now, I'm not saying that that is going to happen, but given the options before Kim Jong-un, you can see that it might not be the very worst. And within North Korea is a deeply bureaucratic society where you cannot internally or externally do anything against the accumulated rules and regulations that's piled up. He would not be able to restart a war without that previous stage. Now, that, of course, is deeply troubling. One likes to think that he's been warned very firmly at the highest possible level not to do anything so utterly stupid. I am not, however, convinced that he's listening to these warnings or indeed understanding them. Let us hope that I am wrong. There's a linkage to your second question, which was about the relationship between Russia and North Korea. I think this relationship is entirely transactional. Russia has, to put it very crudely, no interest in a long-term, deep relationship with North Korea. All this talk about brotherhood is good for the cameras, but probably will not stand the test of time. And I suspect that the relationship will go back to the kind of mild chill that it was in before the Ukraine war started, as soon as the Ukraine war ends, and as soon, therefore, as Russia no longer needs the supply of munitions that it is currently receiving from North Korea. At that point, Russian supplies to North Korea will cease. At the moment, for example, Kim Jong-un is using Russian grain to ease out the private sector grain markets in North Korea, re-establish his control over the grain sector. And Kim Jong-un is essentially left high and dry unless he can replace the aid he's currently getting from Russia, with aid from China or elsewhere. Then he's stuck. Councillor Ri of the DPRK embassy in Cuba, who you know has been giving recent interviews, has said that the General Secretary Kim's plan for this eventuality is to restart dialogue with the United States in a hope of aid from there. But frankly, given the state of politics in the United States, I think that is a forlorn hope, and I fear that when the current relationship with Russia comes to an end, he will be left high and dry, and yes, there is a risk he might do something stupid.
By the way, Ambassador, you pointed out Russia-North Korea relationship is purely transactional, and Russia is not interested in kind of a long-term, relationship or cooperation with North Korea. Does that mean Russia is not very much interested in the future of inter-Korean relationship, future of the Korean Peninsula, which means Russia is not very much interested in Korean unification at all?
Russia has a great deal to lose through Korean unification. It has considerable influence over North Korea, but it would have very limited influence over a united Korea. It's simply not in Russia's interest. Moreover, the Korean Peninsula, to be honest, is very low down Russia's strategic geopolitical priorities. It's much more interested in Europe. So I think that Russia would not want to see Korean reunification, but I don't think it will struggle very hard against it.
Okay, and Dascol Plus, charge d'affaires.
Yes, thank you for this question. It just gives me the opportunity to point out the long-standing position of Greece towards supporting freedom, democracy, and human rights from 1950, when the Greek troops came here in Korea to fight against the enemy of democracy. Greece showed her strength And this strength never fall down, and we still fighting for the same causes. That brings me to 1976, when the then Chancellor, Helmut Schmidt, looked our Prime Minister those days, Karamanlis, and said, Greece has to enter the European Union because Greece promotes democracy. It has to signalize European Union that Greece has to enter a European Union. And President Karamanlis then, he shared Konrad Adenauer's and all the German great politicians who always fought for the dream for uniting Germany. So when the time came, 1990, 1976, Greece entered EU, and it was the 9th country. 1990, I think we were around 16 countries. So it was a unanimous decision, and it was so strong the decision that we decided as European Union that the German, the mark, the West and East, it should be equal. That was a very strong decision, and by economical reasons and ways, it wasn't actually the best way for our common economies, but it was so strong, the decision to support the unification of Germany, that we overcome these economical obstacles. And afterwards, we built, we helped build with several packages the Eastern economy, and I remember the special Delors packages being directed to Thuringia and other very poor regions of East Germany, and we're proud that now we have a very strong ally in the European Union. And I must say that talking about the prospect of the reunification of Koreas, I am puzzled, and I look how the economy of North Korea is not supporting their means and their ways. And we were, when East Germany was about to fall, we knew that one of the big factors is that the people were suffering, the economy was suffering, nothing was working, poverty was spread out. I really still am puzzled how this regime, North Korea, still can feed their people, and how this is not a way to bring the two Koreas and emerge the way to bring these two countries together. Thank you.
Thank you. Dr. Kwon?
Thank you for the good question. If I rephrase it, I think you asked, how can South Korea get over the structural perception that we're part of the global North and execute good diplomacy towards the global South? And I think that's a good point. I actually spent some time in Singapore, where there are lots of people from everywhere who come to Singapore for various reasons. And I actually engaged in discussions with Indonesian and Vietnamese. And some of them would ask me, you are lucky. Your alliance is a boutique alliance. And I think the perception comes from the fact that South Korea's foreign policy, it's very centered on the U.S. ROC-U.S. alliance. And so I think the homework that we have now is to say we have benefited from the liberal international order, and we are grateful for that, and we have benefited a lot from the alliance, but we do have agency, and we understand the pathway of how a country grows from a war-torn country to a very prosperous one. And in exchange for more attention and support for unification, we have to offer more. We have to do more beyond the peninsula. And I think that was the plan when we set out our own Indo-Pacific strategy. And I believe we have a lot of strength in that area. When I talk with my friends in Singapore, they talked about how South Koreans don't have any historical baggage, and how we have soft power. Netflix has a lot of Korean dramas, and the ranking from 1 to 10 was all Korean. And to them, I think that was very pleasing. But in order to use these strengths wisely, like I mentioned in my talk, is that we need a desire from within that unification is important and that we really want it. That needs to be there in order to be able to ask for global support and actually get it. So I wanted to emphasize that point. Thank you.
Great. Professor Chung Gu-yeon?
Yes. Your questions about the coalition or hegemony in relation to China. So basically, the idea of coalition or hegemony emphasized the role of supporting constituencies, as well as the hegemon's effort of legitimization to sustain its hegemonic status. So when you look at that aspect from United States, U.S.-led coalition hegemony not only has alliance partners, and it became the most formidable hegemon, not only because of military and economic power, but also alliance network as well as partnership, and continuing support from those partners and allies. So, but the thing is that U.S.-led coalition hegemony has very small constituency compared to Chinese one, because inevitably, United States coalition hegemony emphasized these domestic aspects like democracy and capitalistic combinations, while Chinese coalition or hegemony, which is begun to emerging, has more a pragmatic approach, more authoritarian, or more enabling kind of governance system, rather than just rule-based or kind of strict democratic orders. So Chinese coalition hegemony take this as a leverage against United States and U.S. coalition or hegemony in the pursuit of global influencing, expanding its global influence and justify its expansion, its goals. So when you look at the international relations from this concept of coalition hegemony, you can see the kind of bottom-up kind of changes, how the global South and other countries are perceiving this U.S. Democracy, their commitment to democracy and their behavior. And going back to this polarization of the United States, the most extreme case that United States itself kind of abandoning its democracy is the 2001 January 6 Riyadh toward Capitol Hill. And most of international kind of media outlets and actually watch that Americans, especially not the entire Americans actually marching into Capitol Hill and invade the Congress. And that kind of signals not only resonate within the United States, but also resonate in the other countries, non-democratic countries, and whether U.S. is really willing to commit this democratic and liberal international order. So in that sense, the nexus between domestic politics and international politics are kind of rebuilding these days.
Actually, if it is the case, do you think, Dr. Zhang, power transition to China will be unavoidable if you strongly believe, coalitional hegemony of China is based on pragmatism, as compared with the U.S. Coalition hegemony, which is based on, democratic values. And somewhat inward-looking?
Well, when it comes to resiliency of each coalition hegemony, I think we have more time to discuss the natures of this coalition hegemony. But when you look at Chinese models, even though they have very expensive, they might have expensive constituency that actually align with Chinese-led coalition hegemony, and they're actually way of organizing the international orders. But the thing about this Chinese model is that there is no consensus within how to resolve dispute and how they can actually perceive each other. Because the thing about this Chinese model is that they maintain, they respect others' sovereignty, but at the same time, there is no consensus about what kind of governance should be suitable to maintain this Chinese-led orders. So that's kind of two different powers that maintain very fragility of Chinese model, I think.
Okay, it requires much more time to elaborate those difficult kind of concepts. Okay, Professor Ma?
Right. You have asked a very difficult question, or provocative one. What if emergencies are occurring in both Taiwan Strait and also in the Korean Peninsula? Will such a situation really bring about Korean unification? That was the question. Well, from Chinese perspective or North Korean perspective, the two emergencies may be advantageous and at the same time disadvantageous strategically or tactically, because it is advantageous because emergencies in two places will disperse the American attention and American resources. But at the same time, China cannot really support North Korea, or North Korea cannot really be a strategic help for China. So I don't know if advantage is bigger than disadvantages. How the equation really goes depends on very situational logic. So I mean, who is going to be victorious after two emergencies is really uncertain. What is certain, however, is that really those emergencies will cause mutual and very devastating damages in the region, not just in Taiwan Strait, but also in the Korean Peninsula. It's going to be a certain lose and lose situation. For that reason, we may have to prepare very actively to prevent such kind of emergencies from real occurring. I think there are two scenarios of North Korean and Chinese cooperation, provoking crisis or emergencies in two places at the same time. The first scenario, I think, is the two countries, somehow plan together for each of the role in two places for changing the status quo in the region. Well, I'm sure that kind of activities, maneuver, may faced with even stronger responses from other side, which is composed of United States, Korea, and Japan, and other free world countries. The second scenario, I think, is about more accidental cooperation. That means China, started invading, Taiwan, and North Korea somehow exploit the situation to their own advantage. But I think we have to prepare for such a scenario by emphasizing the disadvantageous, situation or calculus for China, so that China move ahead in order to, make sure North Korea not to act inadvertently in those situations. Okay, thank you.
Thank you for a very kind response to such a complicated question. Okay, I will open the floor for just one question. Okay.
Thank you. Chad O'Carroll from NK News. I guess it might be a good question for you as moderator, given your experience with the Yoon administration. Had Kim Jong-un not said he was abandoning unification this year, would this forum be taking place? In other words, is unification really a priority for South Korea 2.5 years into this administration? Thank you.
Would you, restate your last part of your statement?
So, President Yoon has been in power for over 2 years, and only this year, in recent weeks, has this unification strategy
Has come out.
So you could say that this has been stimulated by Kim Jong-un's push away from unification. And I just wonder if, from your perspective, you really think this is a sincere effort to create consensus for unification, etc., or is it really just a response to Kim Jong-un?
Good question. I have been away from the government for some time, so I'm having some difficulties in catching up very updated information as well as intelligence. By the way, in 2022 and 2023, we saw a lot of, I think, the largest number of North Korean provocations, particularly in 2022, okay, as well as last year. But this year, I think it is somewhat different. I think Kim Jong-un must be thinking hard about the future of North Korea, the future of Kim dynastic regime, which means this is right time for us to propose a kind of a serious one for the future of the Korean Peninsula. So that is my simple answer to your question, even if it requires further elaboration. Okay, thank you for your good, excellent question. So I need to wrap up this first session. This session is about liberal international order and the global consensus on Korean unification. Our tentative conclusion is that we need to have liberal international order continue to be sustained because it is beneficial to Korean unification as well as peace and prosperity of the international community. That means we need to, collect our wisdom as well as commitment to re-energize liberal international order and also to overcome so many gigantic challenges, including U.S.-China strategic competition and many wars in Europe as well as in the Middle East. But at the same time, we need to pay attention to some so-called revisionist powers, even if it requires many more kind of debates, whether they are really serious about revisionism of liberal international order. But from the Korean perspective, we need to prevent, for example, China and Russia from playing a kind of a spoiler, if not, supporter, enthusiastic supporter when it comes to Korean unification. And also, Korea needs to pay more attention to the rise of the rest, so-called the global south, because we need to reach the global consensus on Korean unification, even if it sounds very idealistic. So on that cautiously optimistic note, let me adjourn this session. Let's give all of these panelists a big round of applause. Thank you.
네, 지금까지 좌장을 맡아주신
So we would like to thank Professor Kim as well as all the panelists for joining this session. Once again, please give them a big hand. Thank you.
네, 고맙습니다.
Thank you very much. So with that, we would like to wrap up the morning session. So regarding luncheon, there are a couple of announcements to be made. So all the VIPs, please go to Asta Hall on 36th floor. So for those of you who are not sure if you're a VIP or not, you have a blue sticker on your name tag if you are a VIP. So just check with your name card and then please move to the 36th floor. And for all of you who are here, we will be providing lunch here at your seats. So please stay seated so that you will receive your lunch. And all the VIPs, we would like to kindly ask you to move towards the 36th floor. So the way to check whether you're VIP or not, you have a blue sticker on your name tag if you are a VIP. So please do check and move towards the 36th floor. And the next session will begin at 1:30 sharp. I hope you enjoy lunch, and I'll see you again at 1:30. Thank you and enjoy lunch. Thank you.
되셨나요?
hope you've enjoyed lunch.
네, 조금 텀이 있네요.
Yes, it was a slow answer, but now we would like to begin the second session.
본 세션은
And this session will be about understanding the reality of North Korea to prepare for unification. So we will be having a panel discussion and also a Q&A session for 120 minutes. So I believe that this session is one that you are very much interested in. So in terms of preparing for unification, when it comes to politics, economy, and society, what is the reality of North Korea? This will all be discussed by our panelists. So I will like to introduce to you the moderator of the second session. The moderator is Professor Kim Byung-yeon of Seoul National University. Please welcome him with a big hand.
네, 그럼 지금부터
So we will now begin the second session under the moderation of Professor Kim. The floor is yours.
It's my great honor to convene this session on understanding North Korea's realities for unification preparation. We have excellent panels here, as you see. We have 7 panels. Therefore, my job is to control time and finish in time. And what I'm going to do is to give about 10 minutes to each panel. And then we will collect some questions from each panel. Also, I will make some questions if time allows. And hopefully, I will collect some questions from the floor if time remains. Without further ado, I will just go to the floor and asking Professor Remco Brekker from Leiden University, 10 minutes. Okay. And okay, from now on, I will speak in Korean limit my time constraints. Okay, right. Okay, please. Okay, 10 minutes.
Thank you very much. I'll do my best to try and stick to the time. Thank you to the organization for setting this up and inviting me. I prepared a presentation. You'll see it above here. But it has like 13 slides. So in 10 minutes, I'll just go through it very quickly and try to stick with the main points I would like to make. I was asked to comment upon or to analyze the current political, economic, and social conditions in North Korea with a view to eventual unification, which is an important but difficult topic. And given the fact that there are many more people who are much more specialized and better at home in the situation in North Korea, I thought I'd focus on an aspect that I think is not always taken into account sufficiently, which is the overseas economic activities of North Korea and the consequences such activities bring with them. As is well known, North Korean laborers, for example, have been found all over the world, especially before Corona and before the UN sanctions made that, well, not impossible, but difficult, late 2019. Although sanctions seem to have put a very, they've made it more difficult for North Korea to go out and earn money. Situation now has changed, as I think we probably all know, and that's what I will focus on. The North Korean regime has little choice but to also go abroad and earn money, given the not very good state of the North Korean economy. It has itself acknowledged the bad state of the economy by way of Kim Jong-un publicly acknowledging that something needs to change. But the outbreak of Corona, of course, the pandemic has made it very difficult for North Koreans to go abroad, and I think the decreased number of North Koreans escapees entering South Korea is quite clearly an indication of that. Nonetheless, these economic activities have been going on, have been continuing even through the period of the pandemic, and that's, I think, what we might focus on if we want to be able to really talk to North Korea to the extent that is possible. I have to admit I am slightly skeptical. But what you need is leverage, and I think knowledge of these networks, knowledge of the ways North Korea makes its money overseas, will give you the leverage that might make it possible to actually talk and negotiate, instead of the kind of negotiations we've often seen so far, which do not seem to bring much, do not seem to gain the international community or South Korea much. There's another thing I think that needs to be mentioned here is that in the case of DPRK workers, for example, being sent abroad, but this goes for all these economic networks, and they're all over the globe. These are not just North Koreans going somewhere. These are North Korean companies, entities, working together with local companies, with local businessmen. And in that sense, it's as much a matter of the international community as it is of North Korea. And I do seriously think that if you really want to talk to a country that has quite literally turned its back now on South Korea and on unification, and you want to discuss unification, you need knowledge, you need a map of these economic activities in order to, if necessary, even put a stop to them. Now we've often heard the potential for change that's supposed to be residing in North Korean grey markets, the Changmadang. That's the new generation that's going to lead North Korea into a different kind of future. Maybe we've heard a bit too much about it, because not much has been changing, I think, at least not on account of these markets. I do think different kind of markets and the international markets may help us in dealing with North Korea, understanding how North Korea functions and where it gets the hard currency, but also the context, the technology, the parts that are impossible to produce, but that it needs for its weapon production programs. Those are all accessible, I would say, at least in principle and theory, through analysis and mapping of overseas North Korean activities. And the most important part, I think, now, and which has drawn international attention frequently, or constantly, I should say, is North Korea's, new friend, to a certain extent, Russia, and the way North Korea has been exporting arms, ammunition, and workers also to Russia. Up on the slide, you'll see excerpt from the latest and unfortunately also last report of the panel of experts of the UN sanctions panel on the DPRK, in which the dispatch of 400,000 North Korean workers to two unnamed countries, I assume China and Russia, is discussed. That's a huge number of workers, twice as much as the highest estimates that exist about the situation before COVID. And as such, I think something we should really be aware of, because what I'm seeing is not just an opportunity for North Korea to earn money through Russia, but also the strengthening of an international alliance of, I guess you would have to call them illiberal states, like Russia, like the DPRK, like Iran, etc. This is really something to be paid more attention to than we've often done, and I think we should also pay attention. And this is also, I can also say this because I'm a Dutch national, and I know Dutch companies have been involved in these economic networks. We should also pay definite attention to the presence of international, I think, companies in these networks, sometimes without their own knowledge that they're dealing with North Korean entities. I'll skip this. But I've tried to stick to, in my presentation, to the questions I was given. And basically, if you would ask my analysis of the present situation, about the current political, economic and social situation in North Korea, I would say it has a badly performing economy, a population that is suffering and that is complaining. There is an enormous dependency on China, economic, a geopolitical situation that is shifting, continuously shifting and uncertain. There is a need for overseas economic activities to remedy these points I just mentioned. And there is almost a gift from heaven, I think, from the North Korean government in the invasion of Ukraine and the consequent Russian need for weapons and ammunition and perhaps also men. I think I'll come to my last slide. The regime response, I think, has been very clear. Strengthening and expansion of economic activities abroad, a strategic alliance with Russia and through Russia with other countries, preparations for large-scale dispatch of overseas workers, just like before the pandemic, and a public move away from a possible unification with South Korea. And this, I think, let's go to the last slide, is important because this shows that Kim Jong-un's declaration, in which he no longer recognized South Korea as a kindred nation, but as state enemy number one, is, I think, the institutionalization and the policy consequence of these overseas economic activities that hold the key, possibly, for change in North Korea. An economy that will perform much better. And also, importantly, there is large potential for change in North Korea with regard to these economic networks and its new position in the world. But I'm afraid it's oriented in exactly the opposite direction of unification. So I think both its overseas activities and its policies, iterations, such as the declaration by Kim Jong-un, show the same thing. No longer much interest or need for unification in the short term. Anything that South Korea would want to do about it, I think, hinges partly also on knowing what North Korea does outside of its own country and mapping those financial networks. I think that is absolutely necessary to attain a sustainable solution or a unification policy vis-à-vis North Korea. I'll stop here. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Okay. Can I ask a question? Okay. 패널들이 발표 끝난 다음에 제가 한
So when
분씩
the panels finish their presentation, I would like to ask 1 or 2 questions to the panelists. And so later when we have the discussion, so maybe you can answer to those questions. And so in this presentation, it looks like so now North Korea is moving towards a direction that is contrary to achieving unification. And also you mentioned about the financial network and that the workers of North Korea, that there's a large income that they earn from other countries, and also and that there's additional income through North Korea having other relationship with China or Russia. And also you've talked about the changes of Changmadang and that those changes are not so significant. And so my question would be, so one of the drivers for this change, you've mentioned about the relation between North Korea and China. And so what do you think, what kind of impact there will be on North Korea in terms of the unification policy or internal changes there will be?
Right. Second panel is Troy 윌슨 센터에 있는 트로이 스테그런 박사님께서 말씀해 주시겠습니다.
Now I'll hand over the mic to Mr. Stan Garin.
Well, thank you very much. It's good to be here. I'd like to thank the Ministry of Unification and the organizers at Yonsei for inviting me to speak today. Having listened to some of the discussion this morning and Dr. Bucher's presentation right now, I want to maybe start my comments briefly by saying we often talk about, it's understandable, what are the implications of the Russia-North Korea relationship? And we typically ask the question, is this simply a transactional relationship that ends with the war? I'd like to posit that that's perhaps not the right question to ask. And in thinking about this in terms of the potential future for unification, I think a better way to look at this and ask is, what will the situation look like after the war ends? We don't know if this war will end later this year, whether it's because the United States, if former President Trump is elected, withdraws support and forces Ukraine into negotiations, or whether the war will drag on for a series of years. But I think there are certain things that we can look at that we know will likely be the case once the war does end. And so with that, I'd like to put a little context in how the Russia relationship with North Korea has been changing in not just recent years since the war, but even prior to the war. If you go back to 2017, Vladimir Putin, in reference to North Korea and its nuclear program, said that the North Koreans would rather eat grass than give up their nuclear program. Now, clearly, that's not a statement of policy on his part, but I think it gives you an insight into how he views the situation and that he doesn't view this as something to where it's necessarily worth pressuring the North Koreans over because he doesn't see pressure as working. Now, we get to a few years later, Russia and China together twice proposed to the United Nations that essentially a series of sanctions be lifted on North Korea as a goodwill gesture. So we've seen an effort by the two countries to try and work to relieve pressure on North Korea. Now, move slightly further forward, and you get to the situation to where the war begins. We now have a situation to where Russia has provided at least some support to North Korea. I'm sure all of our intelligence communities have a much better idea than what's in public, but we know, for example, what has been put out is that Russia has provided aid in terms of telemetry assistance for putting North Korean satellites into orbit. There are suspicions that oil and food have gone to North Korea, perhaps medicine as well. There's suggestions of other military technologies, and we know that North Korea is especially interested in a wide range of military technologies. But maybe the most significant favor or thing that Russia's provided North Korea is that it took and it vetoed the efforts to renew the UN panel of experts. And I think this is significant because if you look at what the panel members have said since the panel was concluded, they have pointed out that, in essence, Russia and China both stopped enforcing UN sanctions about 5 years ago. More specifically, shortly after the failure of the Hanoi summit. So this raises a question. If we look forward to whenever this war ends, and if you look at what Russia is doing now, it's investing in infrastructure to reorient its trade to the west, or sorry, to the east. It is taking and seemingly preparing for years or decades of sanctions by the United States and other European countries. It's going to be focusing more towards the east. And I think it's highly unlikely that the day the war ends, Russia takes and begins reinforcing UN sanctions. I think we are at a point where we have to accept that Russia and perhaps China are no longer going to enforce UN sanctions. We see now that North Korea is looking to try and export things like coal and iron ore to not just Russia or China, but to other countries both in Southeast Asia and Latin America and Africa. So we're going to face, in terms of the international economic environment that North Korea is operating in, a much different situation whether the war ends, regardless of whether Russia wins or loses the war. And even if Russia takes and wins the war, much of the analysis in Europe has been that Russia will simply then take and seek to rearm and then to take and move further into Europe. Now, whether they're correct or not, that would also suggest that there would still be a market for North Korean weapons to Russia as they look to rearm. So this relationship could extend beyond the actual war itself. So what does this mean? I agree that if you look at the North Korean economy, that this is an economy that has struggled. If you go back to when UN sanctions were put in place, when they were fully implemented around 2017 and 2018, you see the economy drop by 3.5% and 4.1%. Then we get into the pandemic, you see further declines. But last year, we saw that economy grow by 3.1%. So you're seeing some change. Some of this is driven by the trade with Russia, though it's hard to know because Russia no longer reports trade statistics. But we've also seen trade with China grow as well. Now, this is very fragile trade. If we look at last year, about 50% of North Korean exports to China were basically finished products of processing for wigs and other fake hair products. So should China change its mind, it could significantly take and cut off much of the growth in North Korean exports. So this is a very fragile recovery on North Korea's part, but it's one that is taking place. The other factor I think to look at here is that there have been internal changes within North Korea. In many ways, the pandemic was a blessing for the regime. It allowed it to take and re-strengthen its control over the borders, put further control over how the regime manages its external trade relations. It's allowed the regime to take and gain greater control over the markets domestically. And at the same time, though, the pandemic, when I've talked to some defectors who have left in more recent years, said it's also placed stress on the public. The pandemic led to a feeling that the regime was even more depravist than before, and that it was extracting more from the populace, and that's created greater domestic tensions. So while the regime is in a position to strengthen its hold over the economy, it's also created more tensions domestically, and that's something potentially that could be a factor for them. Now, how much does the Russia trade really benefit North Korea? So the way I think we should look at this is, sometimes you'll hear it referred to as aid from Russia. This isn't aid. This is where I think transactional is very much an accurate phrase. We don't necessarily know, for example, in this exchange, how much Russia views helping North Korea with, say, for example, telemetry on satellite launches in terms of how many artillery shells it should receive. But there is some kind of calculus that the North Koreans and the Russians are using. So whether it is food that's coming in and they've estimated that that food is worth X dollars and the artillery are worth Y dollars and you're exchanging this off, this is all bound within some kind of context in which the Russians and the North Koreans understand exactly what they're getting from each other. But so if we try to look at this from the outside and see, well, how extensive could this be? In February, the Ministry of Defense here in South Korea estimated that North Korea had shipped 6,700 containers to Russia. This could have about 3 million artillery shells or 500,000 longer range or slightly middle range missiles. Now, for the 152 millimeter artillery, it's publicly available that it costs Russia about $1,000 to produce one artillery shell. Now, North Korea is not likely receiving more than $1,000. They're probably not likely receiving whatever this exchange is, even $1,000. But if you figure that they're getting 50 cents on the dollar, that means that for every million shells exported, they're receiving $500 million in benefits. And given that we already had, at that point in February, which was much earlier in the year, you're talking about roughly $1.5 billion accruing to North Korea in some form, whether it be technical help, whether it being things like assistance in getting around financial sanctions, which we've seen evidence that Russia is helping them doing. And all of these things are going to take and help the North Koreans get by. There are certain gaps in trade with China that I think we need to look at more carefully to see if this is actually what the Russians are sending the North Koreans. But there is a clear impact on the economy. There are clear benefits going towards North Korea in this trade. Now, I've talked a little bit about what the population thinks, but what is the regime doing in response? I think this is where, when you see policies come out like the 2010 policy to build development throughout the country, I think the regime understands that it can no longer focus just on Pyongyang, that it has to build economic development outside of the capital and outside of a few other regions. Now, whether it will be successful in doing this, I think is very questionable. But the one advantage it will have is that if Russia and China no longer enforce sanctions, machine tools and other types of things that you need to build factories could be coming into the country. And perhaps those are clearly not going to be on the Chinese case and definitely on the Russian case, probably on the books. And so these are the kinds of ways that I think this could take and change the dynamics for unification going forward, because all the efforts we've built over the years for pressure are now coming undone. And so it's going to be, I think, very important going forward that if Russia and China are not enforcing sanctions, that South Korea, the United States, Japan, and other allies work with our partners in other countries to ensure that they maintain UN sanctions. And so this is where efforts to create a new version of the panel of experts are important. But this is the situation. You have a struggling economy, but one that is now being given a lifeline by Russia and China. And I think this is the key point I want to try and emphasize going forward. Thank you.
네, 감사합니다.
Thank you very much. You mentioned about the importance of North Korea and Russia partnership. So although the Ukrainian war ends, you mentioned that the partnership between Russia and North Korea will prolong. The question that I would like to ask you is, so after the war, if you think there will be partnerships between North Korea and Russia, then what about the relationship between South Korea and Russia? Will there be no improvements between those two countries' relations? Then what kind of implications would the North Korea and Russia will have on the relations between South Korea and Russia? The third panel is Hirai Hisashi, who's the editorialist of Kyoto News. So the previous two panels mentioned about the external environment of North Korea. Also, one of the panel mentioned about the overseas workers dispatched by North Korea, as well as the partnership between North Korea and Russia. Now, the rest of the panels will talk about the internal situations of North Korea. Thank you. I'll speak in Korean. So I believe that the second session is about understanding the current situation of North Korea. Now, if we think about the five-year strategy for national economic development of North Korea, it targeted the 8% of economic growth. And as for the five-year plan for national economic development, it aimed for 7%. Unfortunately, due to the COVID-19 situation, starting from last year, North Korea has given up on its 12 major targets and shifted to annual tasks. So at the moment, the plans and policies being implemented by North Korea are not being implemented smoothly. But at the end of last year, during the plenary meeting of the 8th Central Committee, it mentioned that the GDP had grown by 1.4 times. And this 1.4 was the target mentioned by the five-year plan. This means that to increase GDP by 1.4 times in 3 years, it would require an average annual growth rate of 11.8%, which seems unlikely given the impact of the COVID-19 pandemic, making it probable that this announcement by the Central Committee is an exaggeration. But despite these economic difficulties, it is difficult to conclude that the North Korean regime is destabilizing. Fundamentally, I think it will be difficult for the North Korean regime to give up on its power. And I think this was due to the COVID-19 situation. I believe that many people think that the UN sanction has put a great blow to North Korean economy, but at the same time, it is doubtful whether that sanction is actually destabilizing the North Korean regime. But during the COVID-19, when we think about the reduction in trade with China, which accounts for over 90% of North Korea's trade, it has turned sluggish. Nevertheless, it hasn't made the North Korean system to collapse. This shows us that the economic sanction will not put a blow to North Korean regime with the sanctions alone. So therefore, due to the lockdowns of borders in North Korea, it has overcome the economic difficulties on its own. So I think we have to look at this squarely about this North Korea's power to overcome these difficulties on its own. And North Korea mentioned that COVID-19 is actually a golden opportunity for the self-reliance. Actually, the self-reliance has been an old and worn-out slogan since the founding of the country, lacking any freshness. So for a long time, North Korea was not able to import any goods due to COVID-19, which means that the North Korean people believed that they had no choice but to turn for self-reliance and survive on their own. So North Korea announced that COVID-19 was actually a golden opportunity for the country to survive on its own. So personally, I think the lockdown of the borders was actually, ironically, became an opportunity for the North Korean regime to survive on its own. And next, third is the return to the socialist path. In the past, in the European continent, they mentioned that Soviet Union is like a monster that wanders across the globe. But right now, I think there is another monster today at the Korean Peninsula. So during the 8th Congress meeting, North Korea once again used the term communist. So right now, within North Korea, there has been calls for returning to communism. So this seems that North Korea is trying to get rid of its socialist pathway and turn to the communist pathway. So the first target of the 12 major goals of North Korea was agriculture. At the moment, North Korea is having conservatism in agricultural policy. First and foremost, the term cooperative farm has been erased in the North Korean society. In the past, North Korea aimed for cooperative farms, and there are also some claims that these kind of farms have been fallen under the possession of the North Korean regime. And also, initially, North Korea also implemented the so-called field responsibility system, which is also being rapidly rolled back. And also, it is currently making a revolution and reform on agricultural system. And this itself is a testimonial that North Korea is turning into socialist pathway. And I think the biggest pain will be realized among the North Korean people. So the economic situation is difficult. However, the existential power within North Korea is getting big. And there was also the survey that was distributed previously. And according to this survey, currently the political leadership in North Korea is heading towards supreme leader system. And despite North Korea is a succession system, Kim Jong-un himself is trying to surpass his predecessors, the Kim Il-sung and Kim Jong-il. And also, Kim Jong-un is taking his own pathways to make his own directions. And right now, I think it is important for us to look at this belief of Comrade Kim Jong-un's revolutionary thought. And as for the economy, currently the initial policy of improving our own North Korean way of economic management has regressed. And the nature of on-site guidance has deteriorated within North Korea. Right now, this on-site guidance is now being usually taken place in construction sites and missile test sites. But as for the other industrial sites, I think the on-site guidance has deteriorated and rolled back. And moving on to diplomacy, until 2019, there has been a two-way diplomatic directions for North Korea, but now is showing a shift from US-China diplomacy to China-Russia diplomacy. And right now, North Korea is perceiving this 38th parallel as a Cold War division line between two Koreas. So right now, we also need to speculate how long the war in Ukraine will continue. And once the Ukrainian war ends, and depending on the results of the US presidential election, I think this will be a big change for North Korea's policies towards other countries. And moving on to the social aspect, Chairman Kim is directly involving with the party, including the peripheral organizations, starting from the very bottom organizations. And I think this is due to the rising power of market generation. And I think the North Korean regime is also feeling threatened by the rise of the market generation and trying to control this market generation. When I see the Kim administration, I actually had some anticipation in the beginning. I saw some hope of change, but the change was actually realized by the summit in the past. However, with the failure of Hanoi summit, I think North Korea is now returning to full socialist pathway. So amid economic difficulties that are permanently rooted in North Korean society, the people of North Korea are the ones who are getting the severe pain. And also I received the question whether there will be any changes within North Korean system. I am Japanese. I'm from Japan. I think the Japan's military spirit would have ended if there was no conflict with the U.S. So, for me, I think the North Korean current supreme leader system appears to be a political system that combines Japan's pre-war imperial ideology with the Stalinist system of the former Soviet Union. And lastly, if we think about the unification of the two Koreas, recently North Korea has changed its stance to declare South Korea as their biggest foe. And North Korea also stated that there could be a possibility of forceful unification once there is another war on Korean Peninsula. So, in other ways, if South Korea heads for the direction of observative unification, I think it would only increase the risk. So, if we think about the peace of the Korean Peninsula, I think South Korea should head towards peaceful unification policies. So, in that regard, I think Korea should peacefully manage to respond to North Korean issues. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So Mr. Hirai has been working on North Korea issues for a long time. So I would like to pose this question. So despite the economic struggle of North Korea, there wasn't a collapse of the North Korean regime. That's what you said. So then internally, so it would be hard to change the North Korea regime. And you didn't mention about the external changes. So then what kind of external change could induce the change of the North Korean regime? So that is a question of mine. And then we also have Korean panels waiting. We have 4, and 3 of them are from North Korea. So Professor Chung Eun-chan will be doing the first presentation. Mr. Chung Eun-chan is a professor at the National Institute for Unification and Education. And so the floor is yours. Hello, I am Chung Eun-chan from the National Institute for Unification and Education. And so now I would like to talk about the North Korean structural change. And so I would like to focus on the question that was raised and then talk about the politics, economy, cultural, and the way of living, and also the change of lifestyle as well as food consumption. So there are 3 things that I would like to say. So first, this is about the social structure and the basic policy. And then I would like to move on to the changes in North Koreans' living environment, as well as the way they live and the change of their consciousness level. And then lastly, I would like to talk about the limitations of changes in North Korean people's consciousness, as well as the future prospects, and what the South Korean government and the international community should do to tackle these changes, and what preparation should be made in regards of unification preparation efforts. So first, this is the social structure of North Korea. So this is the social structure and the basic policy of North Korea. So you can see in the slide that this is the social structure of North Korea. There are 3 classes, 3 ranks and grades. And so basically, when we say it's a social structure, then there are the members of the society. And so there is a stereotype order, and we call that as order within the society. And depending on the lifestyle, these can be made naturally or these can be made later on. And Max Weber said that in terms of economy, this is class or grade, and in terms of politics, this is based on the level of power, and in terms of society, this is based on the education and job, and so it is called as GE. And so in North Korea, the social structure is not really focusing on Max Weber, but is more like from which family they are born. So it more focuses on the political rank and class. And so these 3 classes in the beginning of 1970s, this was made into 3 classes and 51 groups, subclasses. And then in the mid-1990s, after the economic hardship, the social security system was once again made, and then the class was divided into 3 classes and 56 subclasses. So currently in North Korea, there is the worker, and then the general, and then the complex group. And so this would be, again, the basis of the social policies. So the North Korean people are living under such policies. And so this would be the class ranking. And so from going up from below, it is actually very hard to go up the social ladder from the bottom. And so because the classes are so divided, North Korea controls the citizens based on the socialist principle to make sure that they will be controlled and controlled by the regime. And so, out of these social policies, we have to look into what policies are used to control the citizens of North Korea. And so, this is about collectivism. It's that one for all for one. And so, this is the motto of the policy. And also, there is the policy that is focused on the leaders, meaning that everyone should focus on the leader, and the leader should control everything. So, after the leader, then comes the organization, then comes the agencies that can control the citizens. So it's a top-down system. And so based on that, so there is this socialist policy, meaning that North Korea itself is one big family, and so the leader is the father, and the mother is the party, and then the children are the public. So this is the structure of North Korea, and so the North Korean society will be collected based on that one single leader, which is the father. And so in this situation, let us look at the reality of North Korea, looking into the society, economy, and politics, and also looking into the lifestyles of the North Korean people. And so politically, so the North Korea hardened the foundation for one person ruling and godlike system. So that is the political system that they have. And so the leader is almost like a godlike person. And this kind of a political system is maintained to control the people. And so it's about having a planned economy also in place. And so the national companies or state companies, as of December last year, there are about 3,560 companies. And according to the Ministry of Unification, and according to the report, the number has increased. And so there was an increase, or 37% of the companies are running on a planned economy basis. And then others are not getting any allowances or rationing, and that is why they depend on the controlled market, and they have to self-survive, and there's inequality for those who do not belong in that number. So in that situation, in North Korea, the citizens of North Korea, there is this severe inequality in terms of economy. That is why they have to be self-sufficient, and that is the economic aspect of the citizens there. And so socially speaking, the citizens, through the market, they are trying trying to change themselves. And so they are trying to become self-sufficient, and they need to overcome any food issues. And then they can also see some cultural changes, and then they will pursue those cultural changes. And so they will get some outside information, and then they can compare the North Korean system as well as the outside world. And so by doing so, because of that, the North Korean system will further enhance the control of the citizens. However, in that situation, there are still citizens who want to get that outside information. And this is happening in North Korea, and especially after the Great Famine of 1990s. There is the Jangmadang generation. So in North Korea, we call them the unsupplied generation. So to those generations, there was a change in value and mindset, and this is also spreading in North Korea. And so second is about what kind of a lifestyle they have in terms of political, economic, and cultural aspect, and what is their lifestyle. And since the 1990s, this has all changed, especially after the market has been introduced. So this is about the changes, what has happened since then. And then the North Korean people had an impact on the changes of their lifestyle. So I would like to explain on that. So as you can see here, the political life of the citizens, it starts when they are 7 years old, so they have to join the party, and then until 65 years, they have to belong to a party or a political activity, and they need to attend those activities, and everything they have to pay the tax as well. And so economically, they will get a job, but even if the job is not good for them, they cannot really change the job themselves, and especially in terms of economic lifestyle, they will also have to get rations, so they get the allowance and the remuneration from the country, but still it's not enough. That is why the North Korean citizens, they have to live a self-sufficient life, and so through private and external activities, they have to make a living. And so in that situation, the North Korean citizens are trying to pursue any changes, and so what the North Korean regime is requesting, they are dividing or getting out from that, getting rid of that. And so this is the way the North Korean citizens are changing. And in order to control that, the North Korean regime has come up with some evil laws in order to control the citizens. And then not only that, there are some other parties or activities outside the capital so that all the citizens can be controlled in a threefold way. And so there's the Workers' Party, and then there is the Social Party or the Social Security Ministry, and then there's the other private groups. So they are controlling all the citizens of North Korea. So this is about the political environment and people's mindset. And so everybody has to join a party or political party, but the level of their political consciousness, on the surface, it looks like they are agreeing. They agree to whatever principles they have, but it's not like that. And so there are many more people getting out of those parties, political parties, and they do not want to attend or join those activities. And then in terms of economy, so this is about the planned economy and having a market at the same time. And so in 2003, the market was introduced, and this means that in terms of capitalist market, so there is the production market, and so it's like just a production market is open there. And so the residents or citizens, in order to survive, they have their own regional markets in order to survive. And so it's more like a comprehensive market where they make their own livings. And through these private activities, some became even affluent, and then they will be bonded with the leaders of the regime, and then they will be also opening the real estate market and also accumulate their personal wealth. And in this process, the citizens of North Korea, they tend to be more self-sufficient, self-reliant in this process, and especially now they will focus more on themselves and their families rather than the party. And also, culturally speaking, the citizens' way of cultural living is also based on the rule of the government, but the changes are happening, as you can see on this slide, that, and as I've also explained earlier, that they have become more economically self-sufficient, self-reliant, and because of that, they know that they can solve their own problems by working themselves. So now they're also seeing these changes in terms of the cultural aspect. So they pursue and promote fashion from outside world, and so they are trying to realize their own, own desires. And so they get more outside information, and by getting that information, they get this cultural influence from the outside world, like the US or other Western countries, and then they admire that culture, and then after that, they will eventually compare their system and also the outside world system, and they will realize that their system is unjust, unfair. So the level of consciousness will also change, and that is why this cultural consciousness change is not only about the cultural change, but internally there will be even more changes because of these aspects. And so because of the self-sufficiency, self-reliance of the people, and also the cultural changes, cultural behavior changes, and the political mindset changes, there are some limitations. The pace of change is slow, and there are many changes that need to happen, and there are many evolutions that need to happen. However, because of the strong control of the regime, in 2020, there were 3 evil laws that were legislated, which will further control the North Korean people again. And so like the younger generation not getting in contact with the outside information and so on. And so there will be punishment and execution even happening when they violate those laws. And so right now, it is difficult for them to pursue even further changes at a mature level. However, these changes of the people is happening the more the government promotes these strong laws. So it will be slow. Nevertheless, because they become more self-reliant and self-sufficient, these changes will further accelerate. So this is the prediction that we can come up with. Because of that, in order to overcome these limitations, the citizens will have to have a better environment where they can have more access to the outside information. And by changing themselves, they can change this unjust system of North Korea. So the citizens' efforts need to be accompanied in these efforts.
Yes, thank you very much. So Professor Chung Eun-chan mentioned about the changes in the values and the awareness of the North Korean people within the PRK. So I think what you have mentioned will be complementary to what we have seen from the other panelists. And I think we can also have further discussions regarding your presentation. So my question is as follows. Then the changes of consciousness and the values of North Korean, do they have influence on the changes of the North Korean regime, or how will these changes have influence to the North Korean regime? Now, because this change in the values of North Korean is the change of the weak people in North Korea, then in detail, what kind of changes or influence would this change give to the North Korean regime change? Next, we'll move on to Dr. Hyun, and for a long time, in the Korean Institute of National Unification, she has been a research member. Now I'll hand over the mic to you. Ladies and gentlemen, I am Hyun-in as introduced. Now, today's forum majorly focuses on whether North Korea is changing or whether North Korean people's change can extract transformation of the North Korean regime, and I think that will be the main focus point of today's forum. In that regard, I am a woman from North Korea, and recently I have been investigating about the current situation of the sexual violence against North Korean women. So with that regard, I will cover relevant topics related to the women's in North Korea. It is clear that North Korea is changing at the moment. It may not be clear from the external viewpoint, but so far, recently, as I've been interviewing the defectors, they have mentioned that North Korean society is, in fact, undergoing a change. So I think the major point of our attention actually usually lies on the North Korean regime, the Kim Jong-un and the members of the Congress Party. Of course, the change from top to bottom is crucial, but also we have to think about the change from bottom to top. And I think the explicit change actually occurs surrounding women when it comes to bottom to top change. And also within North Korean society, I think the people have same consensus as me. So North Korea is one of the countries that has a perfect control over its people. So in North Korea, all people are affiliated in organization, and through this organization, Kim Jong-un directly monitors his people. However, recently, North Korea has shown a significant change regarding women issue. This shows that in terms of North Korean regime consistency, the role of North Korean women has expanded greatly. So last year, there has been a national contest by the Women's Alliance within the regime. And here, in this event, Kim Jong-un intervened from the beginning to the end. Actually, this Women's Alliance contest was actually presided by Women's Alliance in the past, but now, last year, the Congress Party itself intervened in the Women's Alliance event, and the number of participants actually increased greatly. And there were also presents given out to the participants of the Women Alliance contest within North Korea, and the gift was all given to each member of the Women Alliance event. Does this imply that Kim Jong-un actually loves North Korean women? Well, I don't know, but I think this is a testimonial that shows that North Korean women has been empowered with greater roles, and there has also been employing women as the major high-level party in the North Korean Congress. And recently, recently there has been a case where Kim Jong-un appointed Kim Jong-sun as one of the high officials. And at the time, North Korean Congress was thinking about who they should appoint as the high-level official, and it was the first time that they appointed women, someone from the Women Alliance. So we have this workers' organization, and we have the workers' department who controls the workers' organization. So during the 60s and 50s, those people who were actually knew about the whole labor system actually took the high-level official position at the Congress of the Workers' Party. But first time in the history, the commissioner of the Women Alliance became the leader of this workers' organization in North Korean Workers' Party. This shows that there has been an empowerment of North Korean women in the society. And so we have 3 supreme leaders so far in North Korea. And this clearly shows that Kim Jong-un is the first leader who is trying to empower the women in North Korea so that he will be able to sustain his regime and system. Then you may ask, what is the backdrop against the empowerment of North Korean women's roles? Actually, North Korea is a patriarchal society, and all the high officials are men, so the essential decisions are made by the male officers and the high-level officials. But when it comes to the bottom-to-top transformation, I think women will play key roles. And this is because, in fact, when it comes to society and maintaining the household, women are the ones who are taking the lead. Starting from the Artist March, North Korea has witnessed the appearance of market economy, which was forbidden in the socialist economy. And this market economy's importance has become important. But North Korean regime has prohibited the males, to enter into the market economy. So in fact, the male members of North Korea has to be mobilized for the labor. Now, when it comes to the sustaining the family and households, women are the ones who actually make the ends meet. So in fact, women use this market economy to sustain their family. So no matter how hard the men work in North Korea, they do not have any certain kind of reward or income. However, as for women, they use all sorts of methods to sustain their family and household. So in North Korean family, you will have to listen to your mothers because they are the one who sustain the households. And also, there are a lot of sponsors and the bribes that the male officials need to pay to their companies. So in that case, the male member of the family would have to come home and ask his wife to give me some money, to hand over the bribes and sponsorship to the company. So this shows that the economic lead and the economic power of women is significant within the families. Also, the children rely on mothers, and also the national finance is heavily reliant on women's power. So when there are any financial difficulties, the North Korean regime actually steals from the pockets of the women. So for example, if the North Korean regime decides to open and establish a school, then each village gathers together as a community, and they have to get the financial support from the Women's Alliance group. So the power of women are getting bigger and bigger, not only in households, but also in society. However, North Korean regime is definitely ignoring women. So right now, the North Korea is basically living based on women. However, if you look at the media outlets in North Korea, the women figures were never introduced in those media outlets. So basically, women have never been acknowledged of their accomplishments. However, at the same time, women are becoming the main player of North Korean society. Of course, North Korean regime is not standing idle by regarding women's economic activities, and they are also cracking down on women's activities. But at the shadow of the society, women are working hard to sustain their families. But however, the North Korean regime does know a bit about this women's empowering roles, and that's why the Commissioner Kim went to the Women Alliance contest to participate in that event. So I think this also shows that Kim Jong-un is closely watching and being aware of the women's power in North Korea. However, the situation of women is really difficult in North Korea, and women does receive essential education in North Korea. However, when it comes to education, there is a great gap between women and men. So as for the women in rich families, they received good education. However, for average households, many women do receive education. However, they do not fully participate in education because they don't see any clear or bright dreams. So many women do not advance to college. However, when you think about the livelihood logic of the women that they learn in the market, it is actually based on capitalist and market economy principles. So whenever I interview the defectors, I often see that women are more progressive than men. So when it comes to defecting from North Korean regime, usually women take the lead, and they usually persuade the husband and their children to go outside of North Korea. Because women are well aware of the market economy outside of North Korea, and they know that they can actually save their lives by escaping North Korea. So I think we also need to take note of men who will create top-to-bottom change, but also we should also value women who will create bottom-to-top transformation within North Korean regime. Of course, whenever we talk about North Korean issues and policies, but for peaceful coexistence and peaceful unification, we have to take into account of North Korean women. And when we try to induce North Korean regime, I think it's really important to create change within North Korean women. In fact, we have not been really putting our attention to North Korean women, and we do not know much about them. So when I was submitting the report, I found out that the UPR notified of the North Korean human rights issues, and they have come up with recommendations. And one of the recommendations mentioned that there's a distinction between men and women in North Korea, and that is the retirement age. Usually women retire at 55 and men retire at 65 in North Korea, which is a gender inequality. In South Korea, you will probably say that that's a gender discrimination against women. So it is recommending North Korea to even the gap for the retirement age of both men and women. However, women prefer to retire and move to the market economy so that they can sustain their family. If they retire at a later age, for instance, going to factory, then they will not be able to sustain their family and protect their households. This shows that our ignorance towards North Korean women. So this shows that those people who try to change North Korean regime do not put a great attention or limelights of the North Korean women here. So therefore, I think we have to put our attention to North Korean women, and if we want to induce transformation in North Korea, we have to think about how we can change North Korean women. Thank you very much.
네, 감사합니다.
Thank you.
제가 사연 보다 보니까 재미가 있어요.
So it's fun to be the moderator, actually. So we have, well, some say that, the external conditions have been bettered and there's not going to be much change. And North Korea is still very much self-sufficient, self-reliant. Will North Korea really change? But two of our panelists from North Korea say that North Korea is changing, especially the citizens and the residents of North Korea are changing. This is, I think, the key message. And I think we can debate about this subject. And so, to Professor Hyun, I would like to ask. So you're talking about the changes that is happening from the bottom side of the ladder, and so the changes have to happen at the top of the ladder. And so this is also similar to the question that I previously said. And so how can this change from the bottom move up to the top? So if you have any intuition, any insight about that later, if you could share about that. And next, I would like to introduce you the probably most famous person here right now in Korea, which is Mr. Lee Il-gyu, who was the former chargé d'affaires of the embassy of DPRK to Cuba. Mr. Lee Il-gyu. And so until now, we've been looking into the internal issues as well as the foreign relations issue of North Korea. But now, Mr. Lee will be talking about those important actors which would be the elite generation, the elite class of North Korea. He will be mentioning about that. Thank you. Hello, nice to meet you. I am Lee Il-gyu, and I was the chargé d'affaires of the embassy of DPRK to Cuba, but I came to Korea in December 2023. I would like to thank the organizers for having me here today. And so I am here today, and I'll be talking about mainly two aspects. The first one is about North Korea's foreign relations. And because I was working for foreign relations, and so I would like to talk about the change process of that area of North Korea. And then I would like to also talk about the North Koreans' residents' change of perspectives, how they look at the North Korean regime, and how this could promote the change of North Korea. So I would like to center around those subjects. And because I don't have much time, I would like to make it very short. So the changes of North Korea foreign relations. So first, as you know, there's Kim Il-sung, Kim Jong-il, and then now there's Kim Jong-un. So it's a three-generation hereditary system that is going on in North Korea. And so in terms of foreign relations, so it was the days of Kim Il-sung when the foreign relations was really revitalized. So back then, they had a lot of capacity, and then they had good relations with the alliance countries and then non-alliance countries as well. And so they had these close foreign relations going on back then. And North Korea, especially in the international community, they have had more ties with other countries, more than South Korea. So when we look at the changes, so North Korea has been going through this three-generation, and now the principle of the foreign relations has changed, meaning that the North Korean government has this core principle in doing foreign relations. And so after the three generations, and now that principle, that main principle, has become so vague these days. And one of the important reasons is because, as you all know, it's because of this three-generation hereditary system. So there is the Marx-Leninism, and they reject that principle, and they didn't go to the socialist system. But as you know, it's about the existential system, and that is why they've been having this hereditary system of three generations. And so when it comes to science, technology, culture, sports, all the areas are now collapsing because of that three-generation system. And so, as I've also mentioned earlier, that during the days of there was Kim Il-sung, Kim Jong-il, and now Kim Jong-un. And so the main principle of foreign relations changed. And so first, during the days of Kim Il-sung, the main principle was to be having good relations with the entire world, and especially having close relationship with their alliances. So they had this broad area and range of foreign relations. And then during the days of Kim Jong-il, it was about peace, prosperity, and also having good relations with others. And those countries that are favorable to our country, then we will have good relationship with them. So it was a more like a smaller version than his father Kim Il-sung. So those countries that are friendly to North Korea, they will have good relationship with them. And then in the days of Kim Jong-un, it looked like there was a similar principle that was maintained. But then starting from 2020s, as you all know, Kim Jong-un has been doing 4 types of nuclear missile tests, and then Kim Jong-un has been doing so many missile tests, has been doing a lot of military provocations, and then there were the military sanctions being reinforced, and so North Korea is now being isolated, and so North Korea does not have any country to become friends with, and so they first prioritize their relationship with the socialist countries, and they are also having this alliance with those countries that oppose to the hegemony of the U.S. So as you know, there are 4 socialist countries, right? There's North Korea, there's China, Vietnam, and then Laos, DPR, and then Cuba. So except for North Korea, there are 4. So in total, there are 5. And then on the other hand, how many countries are opposing to the hegemony of the U.S.? Of course, there might be countries who secretly don't like U.S., but there aren't many countries that officially say we do not like U.S. So maybe China, maybe we could include China, and who else? Which else? Iran, Syria, and then in Southeast Asia, Cuba, and then Nicaragua and Venezuela. So maybe only 7 countries would oppose to the hegemony of U.S. And so there would be in total only about 11 countries. So out of like 200 countries, only 11 countries are there to be friends with North Korea. And so we can see how North Korea became isolated after the days of Kim Il-sung and Kim Jong-il and now Kim Jong-un. And so what I would like to say here is that right now this is the age of Kim Jong-un. And so the foreign relations of the days of Kim Jong-un and Kim Il-sung, they were different from now because, first of all, when it comes to foreign relations, when we look at the political system, for instance, in the days of Kim Il-sung, what kind of a political system was there? And so Kim Il-sung already had this principle of considering the people as the heaven, meaning that they will reflect what the citizens want, and the success of a policy depends on the citizens, whether the citizens live a good life or not. So this was like a good principle and policy back then. And Kim Il-sung back then, when it comes to politics, economy, and society, he wanted to make sure that North Korea had a stable way of life and system. And then during the days of Kim Jong-il, the system changed and the principle changed, which is to have the military in the center and then protect the country and also construct a socialist country. So that was the main principle of Kim Jong-il. And then in the 1990s, after the collapse of the East European bloc, and then within North Korea, There were natural calamities, disasters, and so there were hardships during the 1990s. And so the region was about to collapse. And then Kim Il-sung died in 1994. And then there were furthermore risks and threats within North Korea. And so there were many defectors leaving North Korea, many people leaving back then. And then there were people who died of famine. And so Kim Jong-il was concerned that, or said that we will never fail, we will never fall. And so if we block any external military attacks, then we can survive. And so if we have our party and if we have our party members, then we can still survive. And so that's why he insisted and highlighted the importance of the military. And so he's been reinforcing the power of the military. And then in the days of Kim Jong-un, this all changed again. So right now, I believe that this is more like a party political policy. And so during the days of Kim Jong-il, even if the party would collapse, the party can be recovered. But if the military collapses, then there's no country left. So that's what Kim Jong-il said. And so, but now Kim Jong-un says that the military, so the party has the entire power and only the military has to follow the party. So this is the change between Kim Jong-il and Kim Jong-un. And so first, the difference is that the leader, so during the days of Kim Jong-il was externally, he didn't like his face becoming so famous. So he did not focus on his power becoming so strong or being made official outside. But now Kim Jong-un is focusing on himself, and that the media focuses on him, on his power and his might. And so he also makes sure that he is the great leader in North Korea, and that the citizens will be happy only if they are protected by the leader of the country, which is himself. And then so Kim Jong-un focuses on that, about that he has done a lot to protect the sovereignty, that he goes out and then the other organizations or institutions, they will have to, revere and also respect Kim Jong-un. So that would be like the standard. And so, and other differences also can be seen in the diplomatic affairs as well. And so, as I said, in the 1990s, starting from the mid-1990s, North Korea has been going through economic hardships. And so during the days of Kim Il-sung, Kim Jong-il, because the citizens were well off in the past, and so they were better off in the past. But then now Kim Jong-un is talking more about practicality, and that we used to be better off back then, but because of the imperialist activities, and that is why, and because of all these collapse from the outside world, and that is why we are experiencing these economic hardships. So now Kim Jong-un is, making this official, and then the NGOs or Europe or US and through Japan, they received most of the aid that they can get. And then in Kim Jong-un, this has all been blocked. They are no longer receiving this kind of support anymore. And now they're saying, no, we're better off. We are good without any aid, without any support from the outside world, because this is all related to his power, his authority. And that is why now he's no longer doing economy diplomacy. He's just stealing those science technology from the outside world. And so he's dispatching his talents from the country to the outside world to steal those technologies in order to promote the economic wellness of North Korea. And so, as I said earlier, during the days of Kim Jong-il, they tried to protect the citizens, but now the external or diplomatic affairs and foreign relations have changed a lot in the days of Kim Jong-un. So, for instance, now the diplomatic affairs related organization, it's more like a different organization, but now the military is also intervening in that affair as well. And then in Kim Jong-un, the party's principle is no longer there, so they're rejecting all of that. And so the diplomatic affairs is also controlled by himself, by the leadership, so that all the discussions will be made and will be gone through the party's leadership. And so this is Kim Jong is doing this because maybe you know about Hwang Byung-so, he was also another leader in the past, and Hwang Byung-so was a leader of the military, and Kim Jong-un said that you should assume a very critical role, and he was also in charge of the HR of the military, and so most of the military leaders were appointed by Hwang Byung-so. But then after a while, he wasn't doing really well in this role, and then there was some fire accident, and that was reported to Kim Jong-un, and then Kim Jong-un said like, okay, so this is not good, and so he enhanced the power of the party instead of the military because of that incident of Hwang Byung-so. And then I would like to talk about North Korean citizens' perception of change of the regime. So there are three things that I would like to say. So first is about the elite class, and so the leaders of North Korea. So the level of their perception has changed a lot. Why? It's because Kim Jong-un has been, this is all related to Kim Jong-un, and you know all very well that what Kim Jong-un has been done was that he declared a war against bribery, and so he sacked any leaders that were committed or that were involved in bribery. And the leaders, the way they survive in the leadership is to have briberies, to receive briberies, and this is the way how they can make a living. And so, but Kim Jong-un declared a war against bribery, and so there weren't any benefits for the leaders to stay as leaders because they cannot receive any briberies anymore. And then Kim Jong-un was always sacking or replacing the executives or the leaders. So he would just execute any leader or party leader because of any reason. And so this happens anytime, all the time. So the leaders didn't know, they felt feeling very anxious about, because they knew that they could also be sacked or replaced or executed one day. And so if I do something wrong, one thing wrong, and then I might be replaced. So it's not just about me, but my family, my children, they could also be sacked or executed. And so Mr. Lee Yong-ho, and then, Chang Song-taek, and then there's also Lee Yong-ho. So many of those executives of the party, they were all replaced. And so many leaders said, okay, if this continues, then maybe I will be the next one to be executed. So that is why the perception of the elite class is also changing rapidly. And not only that, they also are thinking about to make some changes within the regime. And so next is about the regular citizens, the level of their perception being changed. And so, as you know, many citizens, they don't really expect much from the North Korean regime. And even during the days, they no longer have the loyalty that they had during the days of Kim Il-sung or Kim Jong-il. They no longer are loyal. Now they're just focusing on their own lives. They want to make their own livings, and they want to own their money or make their money. And that is why they have to go to this market economy, 장마당, to make money. So they are focusing and depending on themselves, on the 장마당, instead of the leader. And so they are no longer loyal. And also, one of the wrongdoings of Kim Jong-un was to adopt these three evil laws, which is a reactionary Ideology and Culture Exclusion Act, the Pyongyang Culture and Language Protection Act, and the Youth Education Guarantee Act. So these three laws have a huge impact on the citizens and the residents, because this applies to all the residents and not only the younger generations. And so all the residents, they say we are being so oppressed, but not only ourselves, but also our children, because this is like the Youth Education Guarantee Act. And so this is another, 3 types of laws that Kim Jong-un has adopted. And so now 80% of the residents, they have now a negative view of the North Korean regime. However, the reason why they can't make a change is because first, there are like controls from everywhere. So there are so many controls and surveillance. And then second, there is this execution and then the penalizing and public punishing by the government. And lastly, I would like to talk about what we should do in this situation and the reality of North Korea. This is my personal view. I have 3 points to say. So first is that, as I think someone mentioned earlier, that that only through military influence North Korea can change. I think this is an excessive expression. We have to, well, we know that the North Korean people are changing and that the North Korean people can still change. So President Yoon Suk-yeol has also mentioned about the August 15 doctrine, the Unification doctrine. So I believe that if this is made known to the citizens there, then there will be a huge impact. And so some leaders think that if Korea is unified, that they might face some disadvantages. But now with this doctrine, they should know that they were just slaves of the Kim generation, of the Kim family, and that they should hope for the change of North Korea, and that they should be playing the central roles in doing so. And second, and there are many reasons why Korea is not being unified. One of them is because of the strong superpowers that are surrounding Korea, and because of the geopolitical and many other reasons. There is China, Russia, US, and Japan. So they have their own reasons for not, liking the unification of Korea, and that is why perpetual unification, we need to say that the perpetual unification of Korea can contribute to the peace and prosperity of this region. And now we're talking about the close relations between North Korea, China, North Korea, and Russia, and that Russia will not feel comfortable about the unification of both Koreas. But we have to make sure that we oppress North Korea, that they feel that unification is necessary. So I think we need to make those efforts. And lastly, I would like to also talk about South Korea's role. What kind of preparation should be made by South Korea? Because we are actually the main player of unification. But I think we do have good policies in place. So now the problem is about our citizens. So the way our people look at unification, well, it's a pity. Many people think that unification is not necessary. But unification is something big. It's going to be a big hit. And so it will make Korea to become the top 3, top 5 military economic power. And this is the only way for Korea to make a quantum leap. And we need to persuade the Korean people so that they know about this fact. And it's a pity right now that there are the Conservative Party, the Liberal Party. They have all different approaches towards the North Korea policy. But we have to have a firm principle. And based on that principle, and regardless of their political side, it has to be pursued. Because, once a policy changes, if a principle changes, then a policy changes. And then if these approaches towards North Korea changes, then it means that we will become weaker, meaning that we need to have a firm principle when it comes to North Korea. So the North Korea principle has to be firm, regardless of the Conservative and Liberal Party. It should be bipartisan policy, and all of us should have collective power and make efforts in order to achieve unification. And by saying so, I'd like to wrap up. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I think the time was a bit over the limit, but I think many of the audience here today would want to listen a lot from Mr. Lee, so I spare several more time. So you mentioned about the bribes that the elites received. So during the Kim Jong-il era, the bribes were prohibited, which gave a threat to elite power, and also there is a certain changes within North Korea. Then the North Korean elites and also when it comes to the benefits of the elites. What kind of actions and attitudes could the elites take? For example, such as sabotage, or there could be alternative responses from the elites. Well, I think Mr. Lee was also elite class in North Korea, back in North Korea. So I would like to answer your response regarding my question. So lastly, we'll move on to Mr. Hwang Tae-yi, the Director General of the Unification Cooperation Bureau. As you know, he was the professor at the Yonsei University International Affairs, and he also submitted various thesis paper regarding North Korean issues. Now we'll move on to Mr. Hwang. Good afternoon, everyone. I am Director General Hwang Tae-yi of the Unification Cooperation Bureau of the Ministry of Unification. So as the Director General of the Unification Cooperation Bureau, let me talk about the current situation of North Korea. If we think about the practical preparations for unifications, first, when we think about unification, we often come up with this concept of denuclearization. We think denuclearization is challenging. And when it comes to unification, many people doubt the need for unification on Korean Peninsula. So it seems that we have numerous challenges ahead. However, I think there's a clear difference between the challenge itself is difficult and the possibility of surmounting such challenges. Just because the challenge is difficult to overcome, I think we should not give up on overcoming such challenges. Although it may be difficult, we have to face straightforward into the challenge and tackle the issues. In that sense, I would like to talk about the practical preparations for us for the unification. Well, I think it is crucial for us to understand about the essence of North Korea. So I believe in that line, this session is really meaningful. So if we look inside North Korean society, I think there are various changes happening within the regime. So based on the testimonials of the over 600 defectors who have come to South Korea, if we look at the report on North Korea's economy and society as perceived, we could see that there has been a fundamental change within North Korean society, and this change also applies to the social change and economic change, but also it refers to the changes of the value system of North Korean people and the attitudes of the North Korean regime, and also the awareness of North Korean people towards the politics. And such changes reflect the current policies of North Korean regime. And such North Korean policies have led to the August 15th Unification Doctrine. Therefore, if we try to understand the current situation of North Korea, then we'll be able to understand the background against the August 15th Unification Doctrine. Then how can we conceptualize the changes in North Korean society? I think there will be three key points in terms of economy and society. First is marketization. Second, informatization. Third is the structuralization of corruption. We all know about this topic. Let me just give a brief explanation of each concept. So first, marketization is the marketization from below with the revitalization of the market economy. During the 1990s, with the beginning of Artist March, many North Korean people went to markets for their own survival. They raced towards the markets. So this concept market suddenly appeared within North Korean society. And after the end of Artist March, what happened to these markets? It did not disappear from the North Korean land. It still prevailed the lives of the North Korea, and it has become the essential system for the North Korean people. Second is the spread of K-wave and informatization. Despite the North Korean authorities' crackdown on outer information, these outside information are kept flowing into North Korean land. So I think this spread of outside information, the spread of information amid the market, I think all these are influencing North Korean people, and also they're having a spread of technical devices such as smartphones in North Korean society. Therefore, among North Korean people, there have been great trends regarding outside information, such as K-drama, K-pop, Chinese drama. All these outside information that have never been witnessed before in North Korea are now coming inside the North Korean territory. And this has become the exit option for North Korea. So just like this new concept of exit option, this has become a great chance for North Korea, and it provoked a change, and which is the key role of the outside information. So Korean dramas and Korean media have become accessible to the North Korean people, and according to the defectors' testimonials recently, if they just use the antennas, they can actually watch the TV programs of Korea in each household of North Korea. And also, we previously thought that North Korean people used USB to watch Korean dramas, but by just using the TV antennas, just by controlling the TV antennas, North Korean people can also watch the various TV shows of South Korea. And after watching South Korean TV shows, North Koreans are then motivated to flee away from the regime and to make a defect towards South Korea. And almost 80% of the respondents replied that they have experience of watching the videos from outside. So with the prolonged marketization and influx of outside information, and we can assume that North Korean regime has been threatened by these changes. And just like Professor Jung Eun-chan mentioned, after 2020, there was 3 draconian laws, and those are the Youth Education Guarantee Law and the Anti-Cultural Law, and that is mimicking the South Korean culture, such as saying oppa or wearing outfits same as South Korean people. Now, this clearly shows that the major target of the Korean contents are for the North Korean 20s and 30s, the youth. And also, right now, North Korean regime has been put in place where they actually need to force their people to stop consuming the South Korean contents, which is a daily life of the North Korean people. And the third is the structuralization of corruption. So many North Korean people are asking for the relief in punishment. Also, they're trying to gain trade permission by sending the bribes. So when we think about the bribes, I think this bribe is something that the authorities receive for their exploitation. But if we look at the bribes at the moment in North Korea, there are many public goods that the market cannot offer to North Korean people. In other words, currently the North Korean regime is not offering the public goods to the elites and the authorities. So the authorities have no choice but to receive the bribes. So if you look at the consumption structure of these bribes, they have different characteristics of the regular, typical bribes that we know of. So this shows that the North Korean regime is failing to support their authorities. So likewise, the marketization, informatization, and structuralism of the corruption may have inflicted change to the North Korean people. And with the consistent change in North Korean society, I think there will be a significant change within North Korean people in terms of value chain and their viewpoints towards the regime. So for example, according to the testimonials of the North Korean people, there has been a spread of individualism. There has been change in their belief in totalitarianism. For example, people responded that being loyal to regime is no longer important. They mentioned that individualism characteristics are growing and rising in number in North Korea, and they believe that the benefit of their family is more important than the survival of the regime. And there has been a negative perspective towards the succession of power. Not only the Kim Jong-un, but also the Through Mountain Blood, those group of people are receiving negative viewpoints from the average North Korean people. And this has been exacerbating after Kim Jong-un took power. Then, regarding the socioeconomic transformation, then what would come in the end? Let me just give explanations later on because I will go beyond the time limits. And lastly, I would like to mention about the rejection of same ethnic relationship and refusing unification, the change in the stance of North Korea. They have been proposing this two-state concept. This fundamental change in North Korea's policies actually reflect the transformation of society and economy within North Korea. I think there is a strong correlation between the transformation of policy and the changes in the socioeconomic conditions of North Korea. This has to do with the great gap in terms of economic power between South and the North. And North Korean people themselves are changing their viewpoints toward the regime as well as they are consuming the South Korean contents. So, considering all these changes, North Korea as a whole is feeling some kind of discomfort towards their regime. So, in order for the regime to stop this rising anxieties and discomfort towards the regime from the North Korean people, the regime is trying to designate South Korea as their major foe. Then what South Korea should take into action? That would be the last question. Surrounding Korean Peninsula, if you look at the environment of the security, it is changing globally, and also there has been a change within North Korea as well. However, North Korea, we believe North Korea would continuously communicate and have engagement with South Korea. However, North Korea is not responding to South Korea's request. But that does not mean that South Korea should give up once and for all. Now, we should not expect only the goodwill from North Korean regime, but we have to preemptively create environments favorable to unification. We need proactive vision and strategies. Therefore, in last August 15th, President Yoon Suk-yeol announced the unification doctrine. Now this comes to the end of my presentation. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So we've heard that the North Korea is going through economic crisis and that the policies of North Korea has changed. And also in line with that, we also have to see some changes in our North Korea policy as well. And so, my personal hope is to have 1 more hour for Q&A session, but we have about 17 minutes left. So North Korea is also looking at the outside world. We have to understand the outside world and the inside world of North Korea to understand North Korea as a whole. I think that is like the purpose of this event. And so when it comes to our North Korea policy, so we have to have this whole picture in place. We have to look at the changes taking place internally in North Korea so that we can understand the changes and that we can also change our policy as well. So I've already asked the panelists I've given some questions already, and we don't have much time left. So I think there might be some mutual questions between yourselves. So let's see what we should do. So from the floor, I would like to receive about 2 questions first, and then with that, we could also proceed to the questions that I asked earlier, and so if you could provide the answers accordingly. And so let us receive about 2 important questions from the floor. So I think over there we have a raise of hand. And so if you could introduce yourself first and then make your question very short within 30 seconds, just tell us the point, the gist of the question. Thank you so much for the presentations. I am Chang Se-jung from Jungang Daily. So my question goes to Mr. Lee Il-kyu, who comes from Cuba, and also the 2 ladies from North Korea. Also, you could provide your answers as well. And so now we're talking about the unification doctrine that was announced in August 15, and Kim Jong-un regime, I think it's been now almost 20 days since the announcement, but Kim Jong-un did not say or respond to anything to that doctrine. And in the past, Kim Jong-un would have been like slandering South Korea for those, using those vulgar expressions. So that's what North Korea used to do before. So what do you think? Why is North Korea so silent right now after the announcement of that doctrine? What do you think Kim Jong-un is thinking right now? What is in his mind? He talked about the two-state mechanism. And is it because we talked about unification and he talked about two states, so he doesn't want to deal with this? Or it's because they did not see this? So what's happening? What's going on? So all the experts here from North Korea, including Mr. Lee Il-gyu, if you have any idea why they are so silent right now, thank you so much for your question. And another raise of hand. Yes, there are many hands that I see.
So you mentioned about the youth, the young generation. Actually, I would like to receive question from someone from the young generation. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to ask questions. I really listened to your insights of the panelists. And I would like to ask questions to Mr. Hirai. So maybe due to the limits of the time, you didn't actually clearly mention about what you were supposed to say at the last moment. So recently, there has been implication of the absorptive unification at the August 15th unification doctrine. You mentioned about we need to show our posture as the competitor. But as you know, in North Korea, millions of people have suffered during the arduous march, but it's now currently sustaining the regime despite such difficulties, and it is still surviving until today, although the Soviet Union fell apart during the Cold War. Now, in terms of unification, if you think about the intervention from Russia and China, then I think South Korea should not compete ourselves in terms of system with North Korea. I think we need more strategic plans for South Korea. So do you have any suggestions or policies regarding South Korea's North Korea policy in the future? So actually, I actually wanted to receive only two questions, but I think somebody is keep raising his hand to ask the question. So I think we have to give him the chance.
Chado Carroll from NK News. Question for Mr. Lee. I'm wondering if he could shed any light on what happened to Lee Yong-ho and Kim Hyok-chol after Hanoi, and also what is the reason North Korea closed so many embassies last year? Thank you.
네, 감사합니다. 그러면 지금 그 패널들께서 지금 받은 질문과 제가 앞에서
So now, regarding the questions that the panels receive, I will ask the panels to answer the questions that are from the floor and also the questions that I ask. And also, lastly, I think it would be nice if we can listen to the answers from Mr. Hwang as well.
Thank you. If you allow me, I'll just make a brief comment on the presentations from the other panelists. I think I don't want to speak for others here, but I think I wasn't trying to say that the Changmadang didn't influence North Korean society at all. But what I do see is that for over 20 years, the Changmadang and the Changmadang Sere and everything have been inappropriately used almost to promote a kind of impending North Korean liberalization that just has never arrived. That is really something else. And I don't think there is a real, at least in how I see North Korea from the outside, and what I heard today, I don't see a big difference in approach, to be honest, other than the obvious fact that I am not a North Korean and can't go there. But that's something I think that should be mentioned, given the importance of listening to North Korean exiles, because in the end they know best. I think especially not just about the internal circumstances, but definitely also about what should be done, what can be done, what makes sense to be done. So I just wanted to mention that. Thank you.
So the two questions you had, the first one, what will the Russia-North Korea relationship look like after the war in Ukraine ends? Well, if we think of this through, one, if you look at the economic relationship, it will likely be more robust as it's been in the past, but not as robust as it's been now. So you saw a significant drop-off at the end of the Soviet Union. I think that's going to change. It's not going to surpass China. It's still going to be relatively small, but it will be more robust than we've seen in the past. There has been agreements reached on technical cooperation and other areas of economics. One that I think stands out to me is Russia and North Korea are working on alternative payment systems. This is clearly designed to take and get around international and US financial sanctions. The financial sanctions are the one thing that seems to be really holding. It was reported maybe about a month ago that North Korea is putting together a special committee because they're having trouble getting international currency, even though you have this relationship with Russia. So if financial sanctions are holding, I think there's a self-interest with Russia, and to be honest, China, other countries like Iran, working together to take and develop an alternative payment system to get around the financial sanctions, the financial structure that exists right now. So I think you'll see cooperation continue there. So I think the relationship will continue in certain areas where there's mutual interest, but in other areas it'll probably drop off because I agree, Putin is not sentimental. He's not going to take and provide North Korea aid. On your last question on the South Korea relationship with Russia, I think that's more difficult to answer. There are going to be strong...
A pro-North Korean policy against pro-South Korean policy because of security concerns.
I think when we look at this, Russia, just like China wants North Korea as a buffer state, there's a limit to how far either will go. They both want a degree of stability. I don't think either wants a new Korean war. But that being said, there is an interest in them making sure that the regime survives, that it, to a relative extent, prospers, because I don't think North Korea is interested in prospering either. But so I think these are the structural constraints within South Korea has to work, is that the two partners who might have the most influence have less interest perhaps now, especially with geopolitics with the United States, in helping that problem be resolved.
고맙습니다. 제가 아까 했던 말은
Thank you very much. The presentation that I mentioned previously is that it will be difficult to induce change only internally. I'm not denying the changes that are happening within North Korea. So in that sense, I think that it is really important to deliver outside information regarding markets to North Korean society. I think it is meaningful. Now, then how can we induce changes in North Korea? So from the outside viewpoint, I think in the end, it will be important for China. I think China will play the key role here. And also, although it's a bit pity, I think there will be some changes when Kim regime aims for some kind of change, whether they are willing to return to the negotiation table. And also there was a question from the floor regarding the preparation of unification, but I think we need preparations for unification. Right now, I think the conflicts of six lateral meetings regarding denuclearization do have severe conflict, but when it comes to the peace system, I think China and Russia, North Korea are potentially gathering powers in the future.
So, yes, Professor Kim Byung-yeon asked about the changes of the North Korean residents and what kind of impact it will have on the North Korea regime change. Well, it will be a long story, but to make it short, the Kim Jong-un regime pursues the following goals, which is to construct a socialist country and also to become a communist country as well. So that is the main goal. And so to become a strong socialist country and enter communism, in order to do so, that's why they have their own own socialist system. It's not like a Soviet Union type, it's not like a Chinese type, but it's their own type of socialist system that they want to construct. But the problem is that a system that counteracts with the hopes of the citizens cannot last. So first, the leader, party, the country is important in this system, meaning that other socialist systems, they have universal characteristics, which is party leadership, and then there is the leader on top of everything, and they get the support from the party. But this, even if it is this kind of a political structure, if they cannot solve the livelihood issues of the residents, then the residents' efforts will pursue, the residents will want change, and then in the end, this will result in the change of the system and framework. And in the past, throughout history, we saw that this happened in the north as well. And in the center, a socialist economic system has limitations. And so, research on that is being done. And Mr. Kim is also a world-renowned academic, and so he's talking about the socialist planned economy and that North Korea is trying to maintain that system, and that is their current economic policy. And we're wondering to what extent this system can be retained. And in that situation, whether the North Korean residents, despite all these environmental limitations, how long they can sustain this system. And so the efforts for them to survive is a bit slow right now, but this can lead to the internal regime change of North Korea. And this will also lead to economic and also political system change. So this could be like a small drop of hope, I believe. So this would be the voluntary efforts of the North Korean residents to make changes in terms of human rights and so on. Thank you. And I will not answer the second question.
So you mentioned about the change from the top and how we can align with the change from the top. So during 2021, during the 8th Congress Party talks in North Korea, it mentioned about the return to the socialist economy. However, I think that would be impossible for North Korea. So North Korea has been implementing such policies to reduce the scale of market, and there has always been policies regarding rural development in North Korea. However, these policies never actually made it more than a year. They always failed in the end. So the market economy policy and the market economy resurgence in North Korea will prevail in the future, and I think women will play a key role here. And North Korea will inevitably face market economy, and I think this kind of change from the bottom will be led by the women. Thank you.
So yes, I used a lot of time, so my answer will be short. So first, so you asked about how the elite can, make changes. And I believe that Kim Jong-un has to change first. And so he needs to have this feeling, that the sense of urgency. And then there should be also further strengthened sanctions from the international community so that Kim Jong-un can feel that he needs to change in order to survive. And also, now we're also talking about the close relations between Russia and North Korea. And then if Kim Jong-un continues to go down that path, then he will have to face issues with ICC, the International Criminal Court. And as for the elite class, so they are the ones who are making suggestions to Kim Jong-un in terms of policy. Yes, I've been also doing that in an objective way. And they are the ones who need to persuade Kim Jong-un to change. I think they have to play a critical role. And among the questions, I think there was a question about the doctrine, the Unification doctrine. And so right now, Kim Jong-un, I think, chooses the way to just ignore this announcement of August 15 doctrine, and they just want wanted to ignore it. And so if North Korea continues to say something about that, then the residents will get to know about the doctrine, so that is no good for them. And then after the Hanoi summit, Lee Yong-ho, Lee Hyuk-chul, so the question was about them. So it's because of the bribery that they were replaced. And then Sok Cho-il, I think he did not, so he pulled someone who did not have any knowledge about the US, and then Kim Jong-un said, okay, I do not want to see him, so sack him. But then again, he was, I think, restored, I think.
Thank you very much. So I think, so as you can see here, I think this session shows us the importance why we need to understand North Korea, and that will be the foundation of our unification. Today, the panels have mentioned about the environments outside and inside of North Korea. They also mentioned about the elites, the Commissioner Kim, as well as the North Korean people and the residents. And also they mentioned about the decision-making process of society and economic policies. And recently, the panelists also mentioned about the recent partnerships between North Korea, China, and Russia. And I think these kind of dialogues and discussions give us the chance to delve deep into understanding North Korea's situation. In light of that, I would like to express my gratitude to the panelists, and please give them a big hand. Once again, I would like to express my gratitude to moderator Kim Byung-yeon, and please give him a big round of applause. This comes to the end of session 2. Starting from 3:50, we have the last session. I would like to ask for your interest for the last session. So until 3:50, please return to the venue. Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, let us begin the last session. The session 3 will be proceeded under the theme of the new unification discourse and national consensus. For 100 minutes, we are going to proceed with the panel discussion and Q&A session. As you well know, through the Liberation Day congratulatory speech, we have recently proposed the August 15th Unification Doctrine. With that being said, we can share the new discourse of the unification policy and also come up with practical measures and build national consensus regarding the Korean Peninsula unification. So as for the moderator of this session, we have Choi Dae-seok, the Professor of Emeritus of Ewha Women's University. Ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. I'm moderator Choi Dae-seok, the Professor of Emeritus at Ewha Women's University for this third session. So the theme of this session, as been introduced, is the new unification discourse and national consensus. As you all know, recently, North Korea has stipulated that ethnic relations of the two Koreas is foe. And in some sense, after the division of the two Koreas, there have been a decrease in the population of the separated families and the population. In 1974, since after the common challenge of the two ethnic groups, the Yoon government has come up with new discourse for the unification. And that was reflected in his speech during the August 15th Liberation Day speech, and that is the Unification Doctrine. So I think in this session, we'll be able to have discussions regarding the new unification discourse and how we can extract national consensus. So for this session, we have a total of 7 panels, and we have been allocated with 100 minutes. So just like the first and second session, I'm going to allocate 10 minutes to each panelist. And I would like to ask the panel to give your presentations within 10 minutes. And after your presentation, I'll give 1 or 2 questions to each of the panel. And then you may give your answers during the discussion time. The first presentation will be delivered via video. He was not able to come in person. The first panelist is Scott Snyder, the president of the Korea Economic Institute of America. He delivered his speech via video. Now, first we'll listen to the presentation of Mr. Scott Snyder. Please give him a big hand.
Good afternoon, and thank you to the Ministry of Unification for inviting me to participate in this 2024 Global Korea Forum. I'm really sorry not to be physically on the panel today with Do-hyun and Andrew and Sung-ok and Chairman Choi, but I'm grateful for the opportunity to contribute a few thoughts on South Korea's new unification discourse and national consensus. And really what I want to do in the time I have is to talk about some of the factors that are driving the evolution of a new unification discourse in South Korea, some of the areas where I think there is a strong consensus about expectations for unification on the Korean Peninsula, some of the goals of the Yoon administration's unification policy, and some areas where I think there may be some challenges ahead. And I really see 9 factors that are driving the evolution of a new unification discourse in South Korea. We have to remember that the Korean National Community Unification Formula has been in place for over 30 years. And there have been a lot of changes on the peninsula that have occurred during that time that I think make it reasonable to try to update a policy and a formula for thinking about Korean unification. And so I just want to list the main factors that I can think of that have changed over the course of the past 30 years, and then get into an analysis of the current policy and challenges ahead. The first factor that I think stands out is that the distance from the actual experience of division has grown by 30 years, and it's faded from living memory. You know, the German unification process occurred at a point where leadership still remembered in their own lifetimes the existence of a unified Germany. But we're now at a point where South Korean leadership has not had that direct experience, and the idea of unification, a unified Korean peninsula, is simply more abstract. And so in a way, I think that the timing for any unification that might occur in the future, it's definitely out of phase generationally with the experience that Germany had. A second factor is that the ideologies and cultures of the two Koreas have evolved separately based on their different lived experiences. And anybody who has had the opportunity to speak to North Koreans or look at North Korean broadcasts or literature knows that even in terms of the language and the vocabulary, over time, the societies have developed in different ways that introduce challenges simply in terms of communication. Thirdly, the socioeconomic gap between the two Koreas has become unprecedentedly large to the point where the overall GDP and trade volume of South Korea is literally exponentially larger than that of North Korea. And so that means that we're in a different circumstance. And then I think that the political and ideological gap between South Korean democratic system and North Korean authoritarian / totalitarian system has become remarkably wide and appears in some respects to be unbridgeable. Another factor is that South Korean public expectations for North Korea's denuclearization have declined. And that, I think, has ramifications for unification policy. In addition, South Korean public interest in the unification of the Korean Peninsula among younger people continues to wane. And so that is another factor that has an implication. And then also the appearance of North Korean defectors in leadership positions in South Korea, I think also has an impact on unification discourse. And then just a couple of others. North Korea itself earlier this year has, for all intents and purposes, abandoned unification as a goal and declared South Korea as a main enemy. And that means that the chances for a productive dialogue between the two Koreas that might lead to a consensus-based unification process, a gradual process based on convergence, have become lower. And so I do think that we are in an environment where there needs to be a kind of reassessment based on those changes. I think that there are areas where I see a basis for national consensus in South Korea about approaching unification. I'll just mention three. I think it's broadly recognized in South Korea that South Korea should ultimately lead any future unification process based on its own democratic values rather than on the basis of a North Korean-led model. I think that there is a national consensus in South Korea that South Korea's own international image and global leadership should not be marred by North Korea's efforts to hold South Korean security hostage to North Korea's own parochial needs. And I think there's a broad consensus, whether people want to talk about it or not, that the North Korean human rights situation is one that calls for drastic improvement. Now, the 3 points that I think are featured in the Yoon administration's unification approach are to ensure that Koreans have values and capabilities needed to pursue, as he puts it, freedom-based unification, that South Korean unification strategy should focus on changing the minds of the North Korean people so that they desire unification. And thirdly, the Yoon administration is trying to build an international consensus and solidarity within the international community for a new approach. And that's actually where I see some challenges ahead. And really, I think they lie in three areas. One is that, very ironically, just as Kim Dae-jung's efforts to reach out and have a summit with Kim Jong-il in the year 2000 had the unintended consequence of generating what we might call South-South conflict. I think that there is a sense in which the Yoon administration's unification policy and strategy is having a similar effect in terms of polarization and divergence at a certain level within South Korean society. That's a political issue that can be bridged with proper management, and we'll just have to see whether it's possible in the current very divided South Korean domestic political context. A second effect of unification discourse may be to induce greater defensiveness within North Korea. It remains to be seen whether it's really possible for South Korea to devise a strategy that actually divides the North Korean leadership from its people. And we haven't yet heard directly from the North Korean leadership their response, at least as of my recording of this presentation, to the Yoon administration formula. But I think it's going to be very difficult to deliver direct messages effectively to the North Korean people, given the level of political control that exists in North Korea. That doesn't mean that we shouldn't try. And then a final factor is, as regards mobilization of international consensus, this comes at a moment of geopolitical division and rising rivalry, in particular between the US and China, between the US and Russia. We're moving back to an environment that is closer to the Cold War environment. And so the idea of building an international consensus will face certain constraints that result from global geopolitics. And then the final challenge that I just want to mention that I think is very important, and that is that there's a question as to whether a new unification consensus would actually survive an actual unification process if it were to occur. And in some sense, I think that regardless of whether unification comes gradually or suddenly, it will pose new challenges that will also challenge the ability to achieve consensus. And so that, I think, is another factor that needs to be taken into consideration. Thank you for the opportunity to make this presentation, and I am very sorry that I'm going to miss the discussion, but I look forward to hearing reports from the seminar and to learning from the presentations of my colleagues on the panel. Thank you very much.
네, 스나이더 회장님.
Thank you very much, President Scott Snyder. Yes, I think his presentation was really meaningful. Although he's not here, please give him a big round of applause. So I don't think I need to repeat his message, but still, I would like to echo several words from President Snyder. So just like he mentioned that it took 30 years for the Korean society to come up with consensus regarding unification, and I think he mentioned about the part that right now is the time for Korea to update the North Korean policy and the unification policy. And also, he mentioned that Korea's unification will take different path compared to Germany's unification, and he also mentioned about the ideological differences between the South and the North. And at the last part, Mr. Snyder mentioned about the challenges. And as we listen to the presentations and move on to discussion, I think we should talk more about such challenges. Now, this new unification doctrine may provoke conflicts within South Korea, and how we should manage such conflicts internally would be the key point here. And also, North Korea has not shown any significant reactions regarding the August 15th unification doctrine. This may lead to the solidification of the internal side of the North Korean society. And also, when it comes to the international consensus, I think is also facing another challenge. I would like to ask Professor Nam Sung-wook in that regard. Now, moving on to the second panelist, we have Mr. Andrew Yeo, who is the senior fellow at the Brookings Institute. Now we have Mr. Andrew Yeo, who is a good Korean speaker, and we'll listen to his presentation.
And also Yonsei University for organizing this year's Global Korea Forum. In addition to being a senior fellow of the Korea Chair at Brookings, I'm also a professor at Catholic University. So I think in my remarks, I'm going to really talk about three things. First, I want to give some context behind the August 15th unification doctrine. Second, I think I'll jump into what needs to happen or what the Union administration can do, and also say some positive things about the doctrine and how we can reframe the narrative. But as you know, professors always tend to be critical and critique whatever is put in front of them. So I think I'm going to lay out some challenges and some problems with this doctrine for the sake of discussion. Now, the August 15th doctrine, for over a year, at least 2 years, I think, there was discussion within the Yoon government about coming up with a new unification framework or a new plan. It's not something that just came out of thin air. And even in Washington, D.C., there would be delegations from Korea that would come and have these conversations. So they were already thinking about a new unification framework, and part of this had to do with the changing context of the environment on the Korean Peninsula. There's no more engagement, there's no dialogue. The focus has been on defense and deterrence. The geopolitical situation is changing, and so I think the Yoon government was trying to think of a new framework. But then, of course, when North Korea rejected unification as an end goal at the end of 2023, I think that provided the window of opportunity for the Yoon government to really double down on this narrative, this new unification narrative. Now, I'd been waiting for months and months because it was promised to come out, but it didn't come out until the Liberation Day speech. And so my own research is about narratives and discourse. And one thing I do know is that you have to build the narrative from not only the top down, but also from the bottom up. You need support from you need domestic support, and I think that's why we're talking about a national consensus at this panel, but you also need international support as well to legitimize whatever the new narrative or the new discourse is. And I also think the Yoon government may have seen an opportunity because I think one dominant paradigm or one dominant discourse is from South Korean progressives who have talked about the engagement. I think everyone is familiar with the term sunshine policy or sunshine policy 2.0. That was the previous government's approach as well to inter-Korea engagement. But because North Korea rejected unification, even for progressives, I don't think there's a good answer to that. If I were to ask South Korean progressives, so what is if you don't like what the Yoon government has put out in the August 15th doctrine, then what is the alternative? And it's hard to keep pushing engagement when North Korea has rejected that. And in fact, North Korea doesn't want reunification. So I think this created an opportunity for the Yoon government then to kind of push forward with this framework. So what's in the new vision? I think we've already seen it, and the Ministry of Unification handed all of us the pamphlet, but that lays out the new doctrine. But just some highlights: it emphasizes expanding access to outside information in the North. It prioritizes defending freedom in South Korea from what President Yoon mentioned, fake news and destabilizing elements. It included improving the human rights situation in North Korea. It also included strengthening international cooperation on North Korea. So these are some ideas. Some of them aren't really new, but I think what has really been emphasized by the Yoon government has been this idea of liberal, democratic, unified Korea, and the basis for that is the South Korean Constitution, of course, and so in order to build that narrative, there needs to be a positive narrative to unification. I think when a lot of South Koreans hear about unification, the first thing that comes up is the cost, or you hear about these opinion polls that say that the younger generation don't want unification anymore. And so I think the Yoon government is trying to overcome that narrative or at least they should try to overcome that narrative by focusing on the positive. And so what are some arguments that should be made for having this new narrative? And I can give out three. So the first is that I think the Yoon government should be clear that there's a national imperative for unification, that the division of the Korean Peninsula is not natural. It's a state that shouldn't be permanent. And as President Yoon mentioned in his speech, you can't really have a truly independent Korea if it's only just South Korea. The division, it really requires unification. And so that's been the message. And to do this, of course, you need to promote unification education. You need to support the voice of defectors. North Korean defectors are more willing to talk about unification because they now live in South Korea, but their homeland is still in the north. And so, of course, they will want unification. So there are ways where you have to really advance that narrative. The second idea is to talk, we already mentioned talking about a peaceful, free, democratic unification. And so this is the language really of liberal internationalism. And this is where you can tap into the larger narrative of the liberal international order. And I think we've already seen the Yoon government trying to do that, trying to connect this idea of unification with liberal democratic discourse. And then third, finally, one argument that can be made, but I haven't really seen yet from the current government, is the security imperative. I remember in a conference about a decade ago, there was an argument that to be able to resolve the nuclear crisis or the nuclear issue, really the final solution has to be unification, that North Korea is never going to give up its nuclear weapons. So denuclearization cannot really happen unless there's a process for unification. So the narrative should try to encompass that security dimension as well. So again, I've been talking about how the current government can try to reframe this narrative, and now is maybe an opportunity to do it because of North Korea's rejection of reunification and because of the changing security environment on the Korean Peninsula and really in the global order. But I do want to point to the challenges now. So what are the challenges to this unification, or what should we be skeptical about? So the first is really the implications of coming up with this framework and the potential backlash that could come about from North Korea itself. So that's the first one. So we've already heard, so in Scott Snyder's presentation, he mentioned that North Korea really hasn't had any kind of reaction yet. But I'm pretty sure that North Korea will reject the Yoon government's reframing of a peaceful, democratic, unified Korea. That it's going to reject it, it's going to interpret it as hostile, and if it rejects, is North Korea going to become even more belligerent? So that's something that the South Korean government has to be prepared for. Additionally, related to this line of what are the implications of the backlash, the Yoon government has talked a lot about access, providing North Koreans access to information, more outside information. Now, this is something I support very much. I think that's critical. But because the Yoon government has made this so open and broadcast it, we're going to do this. We're going to send more information into North Korea. Will it create a situation where the North Koreans then will double down themselves and try to make restrictions or punishment for getting caught with foreign information even even higher. So in other words, even though the Yoon government wants to put more information into North Korea, is there going to be an opposite reaction from North Korea? Are they going to make it even harder for information to come in? The second challenge is some of the internal contradiction. So at the end of the Liberation Day speech, President Yoon mentioned creating a working group, or an inter-Korea working group. He mentioned talking about humanitarian aid and assistance. But is North Korea going to accept that if they also know that the Yoon government is trying to promote a free and democratic Korea, free and democratic unification? The third challenge is, of course, what everyone has mentioned today, the geopolitical challenges. We've already heard from this morning's session that neither China nor Russia would support President Yoon's plan for unification, and it prefers the status quo. I would also add that some of South Korea's other partners who are not necessarily democracies, they may also balk or hesitate at the new language that focuses on democracy and freedom. So I'm talking about partners like Vietnam, or perhaps Malaysia or Indonesia, some of the Southeast Asian countries. And again, it's because of the other pressing issues around the world, it will be hard, I think, for countries to think about unification. So I'm going to just end on my last point here about why then should South Korea focus on the international community and spreading or promoting this idea of unification. And it's really because of what I said. There are certainly countries that are going to resist. China and Russia are going to want to stick to the status quo. But I do think that because there's resistance, I think the Yoon government really needs and should build momentum, I think, at least among like-minded countries to try to support this unification plan. Thank you.
네, 수고하셨습니다.
Thank you so much. So Professor Yeo has mentioned about this new doctrine and also mentioned about the support towards this new doctrine. He also mentioned something very interesting, that the Yoon administration's policy is like the so-called 2.0 sunshine policy, and that the Korea's progressive party as well, it would be difficult for them to once again claim the Sunshine 2.0 policy. And then also he said that the unification discourse and consensus should be achieved from the bottom to the top as well, that the bottom is also important as well. And just like Professor Snyder, Professor Yeo has also mentioned that talked about the challenges regarding this new unification doctrine. And he has also specifically mentioned about the information flowing inside North Korea and how the North Korean regime would respond to that. And so he has come up with a couple of analysis. And I have a question, Professor Yeo. Here, we're talking about various tasks and challenges that lie ahead, but then the support from our alliance, from the US, you said that you're not sure about that, but in order to get that support from our alliance, what kind of effort should we make? And then right now, in Washington, what is the atmosphere? What is the assessment about our new unification doctrine? Maybe you can explain about that later on. And next, we have, from the Korea Institute for Defense Analysis, we have Professor Lee Ho-ryung. He is also the head of the Security Strategy Research Center, meaning that he is also in charge of the security-related policy, and he's assuming the most important role when it comes to a strategy, security strategy. And also, I don't know if I can say this, but I was a teacher, and one of the honor is to attend this meeting together as a professor and as a student together. So Professor Lee Ho-ryung, please give him a big hand, a big hand. Thank you so much. So today, I would like to talk about the August 15 New Unification Doctrine. So I would like to talk about the characteristics and the implications of the new unification doctrine. And so as we know that 30 years ago we had a different doctrine, and so this new one is also based on the previous one, but this is announced as a new unification doctrine. So I should talk about what are the changes between the past and now, what is the continuity, what is the difference between the previous unification doctrine and the new one, and what is being emphasized here. So in 1994, what is the difference between the one of 1994 and now? So I will be focusing on that. So largely, there are three characteristics, I believe. So first, in terms of the actors, there in 1994, in the unification plan, the plan was focused on the state. It was about gradual and slow unification. So the actor was the state rather than the residents. But now this new unification doctrine focuses on the individual residents of South and North Korea rather than focusing on the state. So the residents are the actors. So it's not like a top-down way, but it's a bottom-up way of unification. So I think that's the difference. And then secondly, we should look into the history of the new doctrine. And so in 1994, the unification plan was announced, and through the new unification doctrine of August 15, so I've looked into the papers, and there's one thing in common. Unification is about completing what has not been completed through the liberation of the Korean people, meaning that we are a divided country. We are uncompleted in terms of liberation. So unification will allow us to achieve that complete liberation of the Korean peninsula, the vision that our ancestors has dreamt on March 1st. And so it is for the individual Korean people to realize freedom and liberation. So it is completed liberation, and that refers to unification. So according to a speech in 1994, this has been mentioned back then. Also, even now, we are highlighting the fact that this will be a complete liberation. That is why it has some continuity historically. And also, it is a process. So unification is a process of achieving that complete liberation. And so that's what I would like to highlight. And the third characteristic would be that in terms of structure, there are many changes. For instance, when we look at the global structure, in 1994, when the unification plan was announced, it was when there was the Chonduan, Tae-woo administration, and then Kim Yong-sam administration. So across three presidents, the plan was made. And that time, it was almost the end of the Cold War. And so it was also in line with the North or global North policy of South Korea. And so the end of the Cold War in the 20th century, so which was in 1994. Back then, the unification plan was announced and made. And back then, there was this so-called atmosphere of, or there was this hope that reconciliation could be achieved between the two Koreas. And that is why gradual unification was highlighted. And we had hope that unification could be made based on reconciliation. However, right now in the 21st century, we share our values and rules and norms with like-minded countries. So now we're living in a world where like-minded networks are being made. So from that perspective, we have to look at the concept of unification. So it's different from then and now. And also another difference in terms of the structure is that when we look at the difference between the two Koreas, for instance, in 1994, when the plan was announced, back then we saw the unification of Germany, and then the plan was announced in Korea after that. And so we saw that the gap and difference between the two Germanys was 2 to 2. And so West Germany was compared to East Germany, the per capita growth rate the GNP comparison was 2 to 2. But then in 1994, it was criticized that when Germany was unified, the cost was huge to unify Germany, both Germanys, and we saw that in 1994 that it was about there was a difference between 9.2 times of difference between the two Koreas, and then during the Kim Jong-un era, starting from 2012, there was a difference of 18 times. And right now, as of 2023, the difference between the two Koreas is 30 times, meaning that this economic disparity between the two Koreas, the cultural gap differences, these changes are becoming more and more severe since 1994. So back then, the atmosphere was better, but now this disparity is increasing. So we need to look at whether we can really bridge the gap, and there's skepticism that we cannot do so, or some say that this could be an opportunity. And so some maintain a positive attitude, even though there is this huge disparity. And so in 1994, the plan was announced, and in 2024, we now have this new unification doctrine. So when we look at the continuity, so nevertheless, the end state of unification should be liberal democracy based on peace and prosperity. So this would be our ultimate goal. So then what is the difference between the two plans? As I said, the international structure has changed, and the North Korea's weapons problem is different back then and now. Right now, North Korea is providing its assets to Russia in order to be involved in the Ukrainian war. So the security situation is much different between 1994 and now. And also, the strategic bond between North Korea, Russia, and China is getting stronger. And so in the process of unification, and also in getting the support from our neighboring countries, we need to see how we can tackle this strategic bond of these three countries. So this is another major difference between then and now. And in the earlier sessions, we heard about the North Korea's situation, the problems like human rights issues, and the natural rights or the basic rights that the North Korean residents should have, but that they don't have, and that all these rights that they are experiencing difficulties in enjoying and exercising those rights. And so through this new doctrine, I think all of these issues are somewhat contained in that doctrine. And so when we're talking about unification, I personally think that there are many things that we are missing, and there's something that we're just believing. And so I believe we are right now stuck in three types of myths. The first one is that a prolonged division equals to peaceful coexistence. So then, right now, this division, this prolonged division, does this mean that we are living peacefully together on the same peninsula? And so people right now in Korea, they think that division or peaceful coexistence is better. We don't have to pay much for unification. We don't have to pay any social costs, take the burdens. But the precondition is that we do not get any threats from North Korea. That should be the prerequisite, but nobody talks about that. They just say that division is peaceful coexistence. So that is the first myth. And the second myth that we're stuck in is that, okay, so when we do unification, what is good? So that would be the question. The answer would be there are no threats of war or risks of war, and then we don't have to feel insecure. So then, if we achieve unification, so what costs will be reduced? The war cost, war-related costs can be reduced. We know that, but regarding the security costs, peaceful coexistence, I think people are confused. They think that we don't have to pay anything anymore, but for security, we still have to bear some costs. And then now, with the age of Kim Jong-un, what is going on in North Korea? So I've looked into the trend in North Korea, or Kim Jong-un's public activity trends, and I have created a graph. And so this is looking into the political, military, diplomacy, economic academic area and what kind of public activities he has carried out. And so 2 months ago, I drew this graph, and then after that, I saw the changes between the last 2 months. And so the first change was that 2 months ago, the political was bigger than the military, and it was in 2026. And then in 2024, we saw that these two lines were crossed, meaning that the control or power in North Korea is becoming weaker. I think that is shown in this graph. And so regarding unification, we can see that there are some internal factors, and then there's also misperception from us. And by looking into all of that, we can find a solution. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Professor Lee. So you mentioned about the commonalities between the August 15th doctrine as well as the North Koreans' views on that. So one of the questions that I would like to ask to Professor Lee is related to one of our challenges. Now, when it comes to the new unification doctrine, how can we actually extract national consensus regarding the doctrine? Next panelist is Ms. Chun Jae-yeon, a professor of Yonsei University. And it seems like that Professor Chun is especially interested in the social integration of South and the North. Now I would like to hand over the mic to Professor Chun. Please stick to your time. Good afternoon, everyone. I am Chun Jae-yeon, the professor at Yonsei University. The theme of this session is the implication of the new unification dialogue and the national consensus. Now, I would like to especially focus on how we can extract national consensus. So the new unification discourse was announced, and we have to think about how the policy will be shaped in the future. So I'd like to focus on the generational change and how we can extract consensus within our nation from the perspective of unification. Now, I think we need to understand the characteristics of the generational change in South Korea. As you know, the older generation prioritized the unification policy and stressed the importance of integrating the ethnic groups of the North and the South, and it has also shown prudent attitudes toward the cost regarding the unification. And I think one of the important driving factors of this new unification discourse will be the sentiments of the young generation. We often say the millennials and Gen Z. And from their perspective, the 25% of the total South Korean population, they are the Generation Z, and the other 25% are the millennials. So in other words, these both millennials and Gen Z consist the half of the total population of South Korea. So since 1990s, the Generation X has been taking the majority of the population in South Korea. Now, it's expected that Generation X and the millennials and the Generation Z will take the majority of the portion in the future. Of course, the millennials and Gen Z might change their stance regarding the politics and the unification with the change of times. But for now, I think it is really crucial for us to analyze the sentiments and viewpoints from these young generations of how they are perceiving the new unification policy. The problem here is that many youth are displaying cynical attitudes toward unification. When they are asked with, what do you think of the unification? They answer that they feel anxiety, concerns regarding unification rather than happiness. I think this is highly related to the economic burden they face. This has to do with the overburden of the young people, especially when it comes to the employment as well as the high cost of living and house. In particular, for the young generation, the justification of unification, that is integrating the same ethnic groups, I think the unification itself is far from the reality for the young people. And when it comes to the concrete blueprint of the unification, I think we really need to provide a concrete future for the young generation so that they can have positive stance towards unification. And of course, not all young generation express cynicism or skepticism regarding unification. There were some positive responses. Although the youth has low sense of identity that we are the same ethnic group. However, young people were really open to the education regarding unification. And when it comes to the humanitarian assistance, the 80% of the young people replied that North Korea should receive assistance and help for their improvements of the human rights issues. So as you can see, there are different viewpoints regarding unification among generations, and I think this kind of discordance between generations will create a challenge for new unification discourse. So the aspiration of the older generation and the pragmatism of the younger generation will be the major discordance factor. So I think we have to find a middle ground where we can have a significant result for all for the better unification discourse. So I would like to talk more about the integration and reconciliation of our society. Now, if you ask me why the reconciliation is important, well, when it comes to the unification discourse and the policy, it has to do with the effectiveness of the policy. If we have a certain policy that encompasses all generation, all society, then that policy will be consistent in the long future. In fact, the unification discourse itself should be consistent until in the long run, so it has to sustain in the long future. And second, the policy that receives the support from the people can have legitimate reasons for its existence, and it can also receive advocacy and resources from the people. The third is sustainability. Unification itself is a long-term project, so for the success of unification policies, we need sustainable support despite the changes of the external environments. Fourth, in terms of social conflict, we can prevent such conflicts. So one of the panelists mentioned about the conflicts within South Korea. Not only that, we also have ideological conflicts, generational conflicts, gender issues within South Korea. We all have these sensitive issues currently in South Korean society. Now, if we can extract positive outcome of the new unification discourse, then it will have good ripple effects within our society. Now, these four benefits of the new unification discourse will inevitably lead to raising the status of the Korea's reputation in the global stage. If we have integrated voices, then we'll be able to have competing edge in the negotiation with the global partners, including North Korea. And another point that I would like to emphasize is from the viewpoints of the reconciliation and social integration. Now, for social consensus, I think we have to come up with certain system and frameworks, such as laws, and it is important to have a firm and solid foundation. Now, to do so, we have to come up with certain discourse where we can all agree on. So we need certain narratives for that. If not, then if we imagine what will come after unification, then there will be no integration between the two societies. The integration itself will be really difficult. So when it comes to the unification discourse, national and public consensus are crucial. So also I wanted to introduce the case of Germany, but due to time constraints, I will skip that part. And although there are positive aspects with the German unification, the country did face challenges, and there are also challenges for the Korean's unification. First of all, we have cultural challenges between the two Koreas. And the long withstanding division has led to a significant gap in terms of culture and economy of the two Koreas. In Germany, they use a certain term of nostalgia. It means that the Eastern Germans has nostalgia of the past system, and there is a great possibility that North Koreans might feel nostalgic about their past system and regime. Then what kind of integration policy would be effective? Well, first, we need engagement in terms of culture and education. We first need mutual understanding, so we need education programs to understand each other. And in terms of economy, we'll need to install several buffers. In light of that, I think we'll be able to create joint identity for the new unified Korea. And if we can establish such identity for the two Koreas, then that identity will not only be the identity for the North and the South, but it's a new identity that the unified Korea can share with each other. So the crucial part here in terms of reconciliation and integration is the narrative that leads the society. Therefore, we need the narrative that the two Koreas, the members of the community can share. And the most important part here would be education. I would like to put my focus on education. So earlier I mentioned about the teenagers and the youth. Therefore, the most important part here is education in terms of extracting transformation and change within our society. In light of that, I think there should be some changes regarding unification education. First, I would like to stress that we need to strengthen pragmatic approaches. So rather than the justification of unification, we have to think about the concrete benefits of unification, and we have to teach our children about those benefits. And we also need to prevent fake news regarding unification. We will also need to address the concerns regarding politics. Second is respect for diversity, which we are already doing right now. We have to acknowledge the diversity as a one ethnic group and the life and culture of North Koreans. And because we are witnessing a big gap in terms of society and economy between the two Koreas, we need to raise the understandings of our people to understand such gaps. I think we also need to utilize the media such as the K-wave contents. These Hallyu contents are putting a great influence to the North Korean people. So I think we can also think about the engagement of the two Koreas and the power of the cultural relationships. And I think the gradual integration and unification are crucial. So rather than dramatic unification, we have to understand the importance of gradual unification and how we should cooperate with each other step by step and why this is important during the procedure of North Korean and South Korea's unification will be vital. And also, it will be important for us to apply and adopt international standards when it comes to unification. The unification itself is not an issue limited to Korean Peninsula, so we have to cooperate with other states in the international society to provide education and relevant discourse for the unification to other countries as well. So all of these, the things that I mentioned about will have influence to each other. So first of all, we have to understand the differences in the perceptions of the generation when it comes to unification. And we also need reconciliation regarding society and culture. Those are the new perceptions that we can think about unification, and we also need to extract national consensus regarding unification. This comes to the end of my presentation. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Professor Chun. Professor Chun has just mentioned about the social consensus regarding the unification doctrine. Especially, she has mentioned about the younger generation and that they are open regards exchange between North and South Korea, but they are a little bit skeptical about unification. But then they're open for humanitarian aid and so on. And also, you've mentioned about the German unification case, and I will be asking about the Germany's case as well later on for further elaboration. And the next panel, I don't think I have to introduce him. He is the best North Korea specialist, Professor Nam Sung-uk. Please keep your time limit, which is 10 minutes. Yes, thank you. Professor Choi Dae-seok has been doing a seminar with me last week, so that is why he has made this favorable comment for me. And so here we have Mr. Chang here still here, right? And also Professor Choi has also just mentioned that. So why is North Korea not showing any response towards the new doctrine? Well, I was on the TV Chosun News on that evening, and I said that North Korea will probably not show any response, and it's still not showing. I think there are three reasons. The first one is last January, North Korea defined South Korea as its main enemy. And yes, we don't have to show any response regarding telling us as the main enemy, meaning that in 2000, when President Kim Dae-jung went to Berlin and he announced his policy towards North Korea, and then this led to the June 15 summit. And actually, underneath, there were some already dialogue and communication going on even before showing any response. So until now, when it comes to diplomacy or unification-related policy, North Korea has been showing some responses because under the table, there were already some previous communications and dialogues going on. But now, regarding this new unification doctrine, I don't think there was any previous dialogue or communication that took place before. And that is why for North Korea, they do not really have any benefits for showing any response. That is why they are not showing any response to that. And also Professor Choi has also mentioned that whether supporting or criticizing the North Korean policy, but I believe that it should be. So once it's introduced, then this will be known by the residents. Well, some people in Korea talk about the Seoul Doctrine or the Unification Doctrine because North Korean society also has information flowing and circulating. And so the question is about whether this is helpful in sustaining the North Korean regime, because North Korea wants to have this sort of a tent and make sure that no information flows into the society so that the residents do not hear anything about that. That would be their best strategy. And then, well, North Korea has been mostly showing any response when they were insulted or when they felt that they were insulted. Then they will show some response. Especially this year, it was about these South Korean newsletters being spread to North Korean territory, and Kim Yo-jong has been showing some strong response and has been sending over those garbage-filled balloons to South Korea. And so they were insulted, and so they will not just sit back and let it go, meaning because if they do so, then the leadership will probably be penalized. So then we're saying, okay, North Korea is... But in our case, it's the opposite. So, right? So in North Korea, they have an administrative system. It's all about responsibility and about having power. And so they fear about the future if they don't do anything about that. And I think it was last July in August that they have experienced this serious flood. And to be a little bit more specific about it, so Siniju and to the bridge. I think I went there about 3 times in Siniju. And I was asking myself, why would there be any flood? But because of so many frequent floods, so Siniju was made. And it's because when the water comes in the west coast, and then there would be the water would be inundated, and then in China, Tandong, then they said that they have made these walls in order to block the water, but that wall is 2.5 meters high. But then we went to Siniju, and then maybe it's because of the landscape, but that wall itself was low to block the water. And then we figured out that the height was about only 2.3 meters. So in Siniju, the wall itself is smaller. So once water is inundated, the water will eventually flow into North Korea, meaning that North Korea will have to experience flood. So I've seen the CCTV, I've also seen the satellite pictures, and then the Yoon Suk-yeol administration has been talking officially about humanitarian aid, but then Kim Jong-un feels insulted about Yoon Suk-yeol government talking about humanitarian aid. And so Kim Jong-un says, South Korea says that 1,000 people died because of the flood, or that the helicopter fell. This is all just lie. Kim Jong-un raised his voice saying that South Korea is spreading fake news. And Kim Jong-un keeps saying that, they're just lying, don't believe in them, whatever they write in their news. But in order to control his residents, Kim Jong-un is saying this himself. He's raising his voice outright. And so then he opened this humanitarian aid box, and then it was a Russian flower or aid from Russia. So why am I saying all of this? It's because not only controlling internally, but they don't really have room to show any response regarding South Korea's any movements, because right now they have to control their residents. So this does not make sense, because they said that South Korea is another state. It's a two-state country. And already 15,000 people have to be fed. And he says that he's a loving leader. And so it's not really in line with that. Right now, North Korea is interested only in Trump being elected. Trump, we don't like that much. So once again, he wants to have this summit again with a newly elected Trump or president. And so right now, whatever the doctrine of South Korea is, they don't have to mention about this. They don't care right now. And so now we are talking about this new discourse, unification doctrine. And so we need to apply this to our North Korea policy. But I don't think that North Korea will respond anytime soon. And so I think it's a task for us to, see when they will be responding, or wait until they respond. And so the Democratic Party is the ruling party. And so at the National Assembly, when I go and have meetings, communication is not that smooth between the ruling party and the not ruling party. And so this new unification doctrine, in order to achieve more national consensus, I believe that we need to come up with better strategies, or more strategies to do so. And then the structure is 337. So out of 7 action plans, we have to work together with the international community, and at the same time, we also have to work with the intellectuals who are more skeptical about this, or the progressive academics who are skeptical about this doctrine. We have to make those efforts continuously. And so 30 years ago, the unification discourse was made, as you know, and with the passing of time, we had to complement that doctrine. And right now, the new unification doctrine was announced. But for this new doctrine to be sustainable, starting now, I think, is very important. And so even to the next administration, in order for this doctrine to survive, to be sustained, various types of efforts need to be made, not only those 7 action plans. And I believe that the Unification Ministry will also come up with other sub-plans to implement this doctrine. And so I hope that this doctrine will be spread so that the civil organizations or civil society can understand the discourse, the advantages and disadvantages of this doctrine, and spread the words about this doctrine as well. So those efforts have to be made. That would be the end of my presentation. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor, for keeping the time. So actually, because we are having the afternoon sessions, so I was expecting some interesting content from the presentation. So actually, I asked Professor Nam for the analysis of this unification doctrine. So for additional question, it goes like this. Right now, North Korea has announced South Korea as their major foe at the beginning of this year. Do you think this is a strategic choice or strategy for the North Korea, or could this stance of North Korea, hostile stance towards North Korea, might change in the future? And also, one of the action plan that we can do here is to have dialogues with scholars from the progressive side. Next, we have Chief Research Fellow from Asan Institute for Policy Studies, Mr. Cha Du-yeon. As you are all aware, Mr. Cha Du-yeon, he is the best and renowned scholar in terms of North Korean studies in Korea. So until 1970s, both sides talked about the peaceful unification. But when it comes to these plans of unification, it was actually centered around each interest, the interest of South Korea and the interest of North Korea. But afterwards, North Korea has come up with new unification plans, and this was the parallel unification plan of each side. So it was the 1980s, and that it became the ethnic unification, the ethnic group unification. So here, I think the unification should go in the direction that should become one system. At the time, there were no clear solutions or results how we should build the system after unification. And I think this is being echoed again recently. So if there's the unification between South and North, then that would be unification centered on free and democratic spirit, which is represented by South Korea. So at the time, neighboring countries and everyone actually believe that whether it's proactive or reactive, many people believe that unification will be led by South Korea and North Korea will change. But with the passings of time, there have been a lot of changes in conditions. As a result, North Korea gave an answer to how the system would unfold after unification. That is, one country and two systems will be impossible, and that could not be accepted after unification. And this could be a great threat to the North Korea regime. So that is why North Korea is now strongly stating that both Koreas should live as a two-country on their own, and for that they use this wording hostile or our major foe. So in other words, North Korea is trying to maintain its regime and at the same time is a solution for North Korea to survive as their own regime. So in that sense, for Kim, it would be impossible to cooperate with South Korea if he would like to continue his regime. So far, if we think about the North Koreans' policy and their regime plans regarding unification, I think North Korea will never be able to give up their regime. And regarding the August 15th unification doctrine, that would be the reaction to what North mentioned at the beginning of this year, the term our major foe. So the August 15th unification doctrine implies that North Korea is the same ethnic group where we have to overcome the challenge of division. So this implies that we should not give up unification. And underneath the text of what was mentioned in the doctrine, it means that North Korea will be the same ethnic group. And ultimately, it is implying that unification should be based on South Korea's spirit, that is, free democracy. And when it comes to hostile foe, North Korea has clearly stated that it will regard South Korea as their foe. And meanwhile, South Korea implied that South Korean government will not forgive North Korean people. It really sounds ideal, and if you look at these surveys in South Korea, many people wonder why we actually need to have unified Korea as a one system. Maybe we can just have the system just like the US and Canada where they do not have wars, but come to think of it, the US and Canada have two different systems, or they are two different nations. So in other words, if you think about the current South Korean philosophy regarding unification, currently the government is pursuing for with one system and two countries. So the keyword here is freedom and democracy. And in order to realize the freedom, regardless of North Korean regime, the South Korean government is stressing that it cannot give up on freedom because of North Korean people. And that is unified Korea based on freedom and democracy. So from the perspective of South Korean citizens, we are looking at the people of North Korean people, and the main point of the Yoon administration that it is going to pursue free, unified Korea based on democracy. And with that, I would like to talk about three key points. First is the reconciliation cooperation, and second is the coalition between the South and the North as a tentative step, and the third is the full unification. But so far, there has been some ambiguity regarding how the two systems can coexist. That is, both sides should resemble each other partially. Many would question how we can actually parallel the two systems altogether. Because if you think about the ethnic integration and unification, the precondition here is that North Korea should change. However, North Korea has not been changing at the moment and is rather becoming an even greater hermit kingdom. Then we need to think about the unification process, just like Dr. Lee mentioned. The unification should be based on democracy. Now, when you think about the national power and the gap of the national power between South and North, that is why the South Korean government came up with this solution that the unification based on freedom and democracy would be the key. And already this new unification doctrine will stir a controversy within South Korea as well. But for me, I personally think the purpose and the key points made by the South Korean government would be we have to think about whether North Korea will accept the August 15th Unification Doctrine. There are concerns that the doctrine itself will create another conflict and controversies within Korean Peninsula. However, we should consider this as a trial and error as we reach out for unification. So another panelist mentioned about the Sunshine Policy, and before the Sunshine Policy, there were several other approaches. Now, when we think about this sunshine, which came from the fairy tale, now this sunshine made the pedestrians to take off his jackets because it was too hot. But if you think about how the sunshine operates, if the man becomes too hot, the sun moves away so that the man does not have to take off his jacket. Now, this fairy tale implies that the Sunshine Policy itself is to embrace North Korea, but that is giving up the identity of South Korea, which has been established so far. So in that regard, there are three visions regarding the unification doctrine. First is guaranteeing the freedom and safety of the people, and second is strong and prosperous country, and third is contributing to the world peace. And some people ask questions like this. These three visions and the pivotal state proposed by South Korean government, what are the differences? Well, I don't think there are any differences here. When South Korea was acting as a pivotal state of global state, I think these three visions should be pursued by South Korea as well. In other words, as the extension of Korea's system maintenance, I think this unification procedure should go in line where the North follows the South. And in case of nuclear threats and tensions on the Korean Peninsula, I think we should try to give some kind of pressure at the same time, but also pursue communication to the North Korean people by using kerosene sticks. So I think now is the time for North Korean regime to think about what options to take, what kind of choices they should make regarding the internal concerns within North Korea. Could the regime overlook and neglect the concerns and anxieties risen by the North Korean people internally? They would need to make options and choices. Like I've mentioned earlier, if you think about the nature of the sunshine, that is, we have to induce North Korea to take off the jacket. During the process, there are not only good sides about it, warm parts about it, there will be some cold breeze in order to pressure North Korea. So that is using kerosene sticks to induce change for North Korea. Second is, then what is unification for? Well, it's for the people of the both countries. If we think about the defense costs that are burdened by South Korea, the amount is immense. And also, if you think about the neighboring countries regarding the Korean Peninsula issues, many neighboring countries are actually going for their interests by taking sides with South Korea or North Korea, and this will narrow the strategic options for South Korea. In that sense, that is why we really need unification. And some people are concerned that this is actually less of a priority when it comes to think about the US policy. So, of course, there are some criticisms that South Korea is trying to go for the benefit of the US, but it isn't actually. Korea is trying to realize the peace on the Korean Peninsula. South Korea has never mentioned that we are going to force the peace on the Korean Peninsula to other countries. In other words, our free and democratic unification is not a pressure to China or Russia. We have to deliver this message clearly to the global stage. And if that happens, I think more and more people would understand the depth of the August 15th unification doctrine. Lastly, I would like to mention about the national consensus. When you think about the free and democratic unification, many people are concerned that this unification is actually only a one-way proposal by South Korea. Many people question what is the compromise between South and the North. When it comes to the values like fairness and equality, there were some people who misunderstood those values as something from the North. However, these values were already emphasized during the evolution of the free capitalist market, and these are the strengths of South Korea. Therefore, such as strong criticisms against free democratic values and also the hamperings of our confidence, these are all the threats to our free and democratic unification. The visions can always change. As we pursue such vision and policies, we'll be able to confirm the importance of those visions, and the discourse itself is based on dialogues and communication. And during this process, we'll be able to meet harmony, and with that being said, I think we'll be able to strengthen the national consensus of the unification doctrine. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Professor Choi. Well, I'm feeling a bit nervous because I need to keep the time. And, all of you I know have lots to say, so it's a difficult role. And Mr. Choi mentioned about Yoon Suk-yeol administration's unification policy and about the unification doctrine. Thank you so much. So the question that I would like to ask is about the last part that you've mentioned, but that you did not continue. You've said in order to achieve the new unification doctrine, we need to overcome those ideological conflicts in Korea, and also we need to create a social defensive system. You've mentioned about that. So maybe you can elaborate on how we can create that defensive system. And lastly, I would like to kindly ask Professor An In-hye, who is the professor of People's University of China. She is a long-time colleague of mine, and also she was the professor of Korea University. So Professor An, I think it's best to introduce her like this. In the beginning of 1990s, she visited Pyongyang and she met Kim Il-sung. Back then, Professor An, you have 10 minutes. Thank you so much. Yes, I've had luncheon with Kim Il-sung in 1992, September. And it's already 30 years ago, so it's a long time ago. And today, the subtitle that I have is the national consensus regarding the new unification discourse. So why do we need national consensus? Why is this important? So national consensus is a fundamental condition for maximizing the momentum to move policy forward. So in that regard, consensus cannot be achieved by implementing the views of a particular administration or political party at a particular time, or nor can it be imposed simply by the rule of majority. So this cannot be forced as a national consensus. And so that is why we believe that an approach based on a national consensus of a new unification discourse is quite limited. Rather than that, the government's role is to create an opportunity for consensus building through democratic public debate and deliberation, and in that process, a new unification discourse can be formed. So then, what would be the realistic meaning of that new unification discourse? And so if it's a unification discourse, it needs to have policy and it has to have philosophies. and principles. And we've already heard several times that in the Do Tae-woo administration, the unification plan was made through the both parties and through the citizens. So there was national consensus back then, and we have also observed the unification of Germany, and we have seen 30 years ago that the first unification doctrine was made and announced back then. And so this new unification doctrine needs to have a clear principle. It has to be clearly organized and should have a clear scope, and its relationship to the existing unification be clearly articulated. And so, based on the limitations of the existing unification plan, the need for a new discourse can be argued. And so the preliminary work for this should be fully discussed academically, and then only we can have space for achieving consensus. So then, I would like to point out that right now the relations between North and South Korea are cut off because we are defined as the main enemy of North Korea. So in this situation, how can we reach a consensus with North Korea? And then in this situation, how can we suggest unification as the national goal and persuade our people? So I would like to point out about that. And so there are some talks about, dividing the North Korean people, but we need to think about how to persuade them as well, how we can persuade our people and the North Korean people. But considering this division, it's hard to do so. So it will not be done just by, denying the system of North Korea. And today we heard many times, so I would like to talk about the human rights situation. So when I was studying in the US, the human rights issue, it was considered to be an agenda of the progressive side. But then I came to Korea, and so I saw that the North Korea human rights issue was totally different among the progressive and the non-progressive side, the conservative side. So I think we can ask the question, why are we silent? And the Korean conservatives say that the human rights situation should be dealt so that we can make sure that it's about, making the North Korean regime collapse. And so it is not seriously taken or received, and that is why until now serious efforts were not made regarding the human rights issues of North Korea. And in the US, I studied first about the China situation, and when the residents are too poor, then it's hard for them to have a sense about the human rights situation. But the GDP per capita in North Korea or in China is like 10,000. So right now, the Chinese people, if they have a GDP per capita which is like 3,000 USD, then they will be able to have a sense about human rights. And then policy-wise, this could be effective only if they have a certain level of per capita GDP. But now in Korea, with the organization of the Unification Ministry, a North Korea Human Rights Center is built. And so the Conservative Party and the Progressive Party have reached a consensus about that center. But the Democratic Party right now, they did not really appoint the head of that center yet. So I've already said that the progressive side, I believe that the conservative and the progressive side have to come to a conclusion or reach a consensus in order to deal with the human rights issues. And so various types of efforts are required in that regard. And then another aspect to be talked about is the new Cold War situation. So there was the Cold War situation, and then there was the after Cold War situation, but now we say we're again in this new Cold War era. And during the Cold era back then, there wasn't much exchange going between the US and the Soviet Union, and then the Cold War ended. But right now we're talking about the new Cold War, and because of the strategic competition between China and US, there are many interdependencies going on, and there are also many complementary things going on. So no relationship can be simply cut off. For instance, as you all know very well, the Biden administration has been putting sanctions towards China and then has been creating these blocks to do reshoring, to do this and that with its alliances. But then it was in 2022 that the US and China trade increased to 690 billion. It was the highest volume. And Korea, well, Korea was a preferred country, one of the most preferred country for China. But then, as you know, China and Korea has been seeing a stiff relationship going on. And so which country would be topping that list? It's Taiwan and then Japan. So from the US, it's TSMC, including TSMC, Japan, Australia. So they have received that kind of like pressure, but for their national interest, they did try to protect their national interest. But what did Korea do? So when I talk about this current administration's policy, I talk about what they say about the strategic clarity, but it's a I'm not sure whether this is a clear political word to be used. So in order to express our stance, why do we need strategy? So I think that the strategic ambiguity is wrongly interpreted. And because of that, we want to express that strategy and then that actually brings disadvantages to our national interests. And so I would like to say that strategic ambiguity when it comes to alliance or close neighboring countries, it's about coexisting, but for national interest, for their own national interest, and for some level of ambiguity, they go hand in hand to have their own certain areas for themselves. So for the last administration, China and US was named as strategic ambiguity, and especially in this competitive landscape, if it's ambiguity, it feels like we have our foot in both sides, and then in that situation we can lose credibility. And so in this new cold era, this situation is becoming even more reinforced. And so through the value diplomacy between Korea, Japan, and the US, rather than having this more balanced kind of a stance, we should have more like a focused with having a focused stance, we have to see whether we have seen any disadvantages or not. So that is why I wanted to mention this. And regarding this national consensus, well, we need national consensus in order to also have a support from the international community for consistency, for credibility, reliability, and that is why we need national consensus. If not, then the policy of the Korean government will have a hard time receiving that support from the international community. I think that is my opinion. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Professor An. So based on your decade-long experience and based on your academic accomplishments, you mentioned about the consistency and sustainability of a policy, and you mentioned that policy is based on the consensus of the people and it requires the international support as well. So I think you quickly wrapped up your presentation. So I would like to ask you for the question to complement on your last comment. Now we have about 7 minutes, and I wonder why we do not have much time left. That's because the third session was spared less time than the first and the second session. So from the floor, I'm only going to receive only one question. Yes? We have a foreigner here. Can you also tell me who you're actually asking the question to?
Thank you. Edward Howell from the University of Oxford. I mainly have a question to Professor An, but also to other panelists as well. We've spoken a lot about the national consensus for the new unification discourse, but how do we see this discourse in terms of its staying power and being resilient in the wake of the upcoming US presidential election? What likely impacts might, whichever way the result goes, have on the staying power of the unification discourse? Thank you.
네, 질문 감사합니다.
Yes, thank you for your question. Now, I think Professor An as well as Professor Andrew Yeo could answer the question. Now I'll spare 1 minute to each.
What the reactions are in Washington, D.C. about the unification discourse. It depends who you ask, but in terms of stakeholders, the Human Rights Committee, of course, welcomes this because there's a strong human rights emphasis. The State Department, I think, is also very supportive, especially the State Department Democracy, Rule of Law, and Labor section. So Julie Turner, of course, is the ambassador. So they're all very supportive. The broader foreign policy community, though, of course, as we mentioned, because there are bigger issues to deal with, they haven't paid as much attention. And then finally, there's the peace and unification community. I think they are skeptical about this. Ed, to your question about what will happen, it really depends. I think in a Harris administration, they would feel the same way, that they want to support the language of democracy and freedom. That would be fine. With Trump, it's hard to tell. But I know within Trump's circles, there's some Republicans who are very hawkish, and I think they would, if you get someone hawkish in the administration that has Trump's ear, they would support this unification narrative.
네. So regarding the national consensus and how that will be achieved, there are 3 parts where changes need to happen. And so regarding unification, well, it's related to, many people think about prosperity, so that is why we focused on prosperity. But now we're focusing towards peace. I think we need to have this change of perception. When we think about unification, it should be about peace. And some people think that unification, okay, this will be like a big hit. This was also focused on prosperity, and we've already talked about all these opportunities. And advanced countries, people think that we can see a breakthrough through unification. And so this was more like the perspective from the prosperity. And so in 2002, the World Cup games were done in Korea, and we saw this passion of the Korean community. And then we have also integrated this with K culture.
So I majorly talked about the national consensus. So I think I can also answer to the question, and also the moderator asked about the cases of the Germany. The German reached unification in 1930s, and actually on October 3rd, 1989. The 80% of the East Germany was the teenagers and the youth. And a group of these young people marched for 2 days from East Germany to West Germany. And they have strongly appealed why East Germany needs reunification. And that was actually the beginning of the Germans' unification. It was an important event that ignited the unification for Germany. And also, one of the panelists mentioned that most of the defectors from North are in their 20s. So when it comes to the national consensus and narratives, I think it should be bottom to top. We need drivers from our youth. Thank you very much.
So Professor Choi has talked about the two-state mechanism. So I think there are 3 reasons. So the communists they talk about the flow and ebb. They clearly separate the flow and ebb. And right now it's ebb, right? And so there is not much to gain from the relationship with South Korea. And so now if we're in the conservative government, and so in that case, the North Korean government just closes the doors because it is disappointed that South Korea has a conservative administration. So after 1.5 years, North Korea realized they have nothing to gain. And they think that it's better to close the door because if not, then the Korean K culture will flow into the North Korean society. And so it's better for them to have these walls on the demilitarized zones and getting rid of all those Korean kind of things that can come in. And so last is also related to the development of nuclear weapons because they say don't worry, South Korea, we will not be using this to you. But where will they be using it? Will they be using it for Washington or Japan? Now South Korea is defined as a main enemy. That is why there is the possibility for North Korea to use the nuclear weapons for Seoul.
And so I mentioned about the social devices regarding the new national consensus and the unification discourse. So from the government organizations and from the civic organizations, I think we need institutional tools. But I think overall, we have to think about the sentiments of the public. There are many comments on social media and on YouTube channels where they create disputes and fight each other. But now I think those comments should come to the limelight and have discussions in reality. And second is that we need to have unification with a clear set goal. No government would want the unification to head into the direction of the communism or socialist direction. So we need honest administration or government. Now, the fundamental of the democracy, which leads to the third point, is acknowledging the diversity. And I think the current Yoon administration will try to create this tool for this new unified discourse. Thank you.
Thank you so much. So in the process of unifying Korea, it has to be done based on strong cooperation between Korea and Japan. But at that time point of unification, whether there will be, so without cooperation of China, whether unification will be possible or not, well, from that perspective, I think strengthening the relationship with China is also critical. We also need to get the support and cooperation from China. So right now, the relationship between Korea, Japan, and the US is becoming stronger. And now relations between North Korea and Russia and China is becoming stronger. And so China maybe will also want a stronger relation with South Korea as well. So moving forward, maybe it's not just a risk, but it can be an opportunity. And so we need to make more efforts for further strengthen relationship between Korea, US, and Japan. And so we have had 7 panels here, and we've talked about the new unification doctrine and about the national consensus. And so what we can agree on is that this new doctrine has reflected the changes of this new society, this new world. So since the 30 years ago when we had that first plan, now this new plan reflects all these new changes of this current world. And so it also emphasizes freedom. It is also based on constitution. It focuses on freedom and peace. And so it is a unification doctrine based on constitution. And lastly, it is a doctrine that goes along with the North Korean people, encompasses the North Korean people. Here you can see a little badge here on my suit. Do you know what this is? It is a small water plant. And this is a symbol that says we should not forget the defectors. And so it's a small water plant badge that is distributed by the Korean government. July 14th is the first time that we have designated it as the Day of the Defectors to help them. So to unify the two Koreas, we heard about the bottom-up approach. Together, not only with the North Korean regime, but also with the North Korean people, we should promote unification. And together with a conservative and progressive side, we need to reach national consensus. We should have that kind of a mechanism in order to achieve unification and achieve national consensus, and we all agree on that. And so I'd like to wrap up. Thank you.
So once again, I would like to express my gratitude to moderator Choi Dae-seok, and also please give a warm round of applause to the panelists. Thank you very much. So for today, I would like to express my gratitude to all the distinguished guests who have been here from morning until the afternoon for the 3 sessions. So in order to realize the August 15th Unification Doctrine, Korea will further cooperate with the international society. So with that being said, I will wrap up today's discussion. Once again, I express my appreciation to all the distinguished guests who have come to today's forum. Thank you.